as we see fit. We will never be given these 24 hours again. Once we run through them, they are gone. Respect time. If it's 8 a.m., be there for 8 a.m. Develop that mentality. If you're meant to speak at 10 a.m., be there at 10. Respect time. Meetings, events, processes. Number 3, maintenance culture. To extend or to guarantee the lifespan of any infrastructure or asset in your life that you've invested in, always commit to periodic and scheduled maintenance. In that way, your ownership value can be maximized. You're not changing things too frequently because you understand the value of maintenance. We don't do that here, and that's why we constantly keep building roads, keep building infrastructure, constantly building, because of lack of maintenance. And it's something we need to work very seriously to achieve or to address. Across the board, it's not just about our roads. It's a collective cultural inadequacy as a people. From the way we treat our cars and manage even some of our close assets, it shows lack of attention, lack of care, lack of nurturing. Number 4, rule of law, not rule of connection. No matter what, orient and adjust to the norms and standards of any ecosystem you find yourself, from work to church to communal programs, and of course to the larger society involving governance. There are rules. Orient and adjust to them. Always strive to do things by the book. Avoid that temptation of workarounds. Avoid it. Just do it right. It might take you longer than others, and you might begin to feel frustrated that, why am I wasting my time? Because part of the problem is when you're in the queue trying to do something, let's say your driver's license, someone shows up and says, okay, madam, why are you wasting your time on the queue? Why not come and let us find a way out for you? Very important. Number 5, value creation. We get paid for bringing value to the marketplace. Whatever ideas, whatever knowledge or experiences that you have, find ways to convert them into platforms, opportunities, or systems that can solve problems. And once you solve problems, you get paid for it. All your economic aspirations can be accommodated in terms of the outcome. Not becoming wealthy without explanation. Valueless wealth is one of the biggest plagues of our society today. Valueless wealth. Somebody wakes up because they are connected with someone somewhere, and instantly they say they have what? What's the word you use? What's the pidgin word you use starting with the letter B? They have what? They are blown. And I see a lot of young people frustrated, eager, wanting to make it so soon. Maybe I'll talk about that in my next speech. One of my next speeches, I have so many things I want to talk about, titled, It Takes Time. I see a lot of young people in a hurry. They want to blow. They put it that way. I want to blow. Sometimes the vocabulary becomes the problem. I want to blow. We've got to watch it. When you get into any space where there's an opportunity and the first thing you're thinking about is what am I getting, then we have a problem. There are a number of you who are going to have this platform over these 20 days to speak. I've heard one or two instances of people saying, what am I going to get? You're kidding me. You have a fantastic opportunity of a lifetime to speak to the world, to showcase your communication skills, to share your ideas. As Jim Rohn will tell you, it's not about what I'm getting, it's about what I am becoming. On Monday, I will have the opportunity of introducing a dear mentor of mine. He'll be here. I spoke with him yesterday to speak for 2 hours, Professor Patu Tommy. Please ensure that I get to speak before Prof, whoever is coordinating this, so that I personally hand over the baton of the microphone to him, because I want to speak about that relationship that I've had with Prof since 2002. I learned from the very master, one of the key minds that educated a lot of the CEO, business leaders in corporate Nigeria. If I had that mentality of what I was getting, I would have shut that door. But look at what I have become today. It's a big mistake for any of you young ones to be thinking in that mood. You have to think value creation. How can I be of service? I used to go around with Prof. What can I do, sir? I showed up for errands if that was necessary. I'm here. Use me. Send me. It was about what I was becoming. I didn't look at the big cars that the big men were driving and say, I want to blow. I want to drive. Now many young people, once they see flashy things, they begin to stretch forth their hands. They want to claim it. And most of our preachers need to de-emphasize this approach to faith. Stretch forth and claim it, it's yours. No, there are a lot of things you will claim and you will be frustrated. You will not get. Because God will not give them to you. You must labor for them. You must walk your way through. So claim it all you like. Until you labor for it, you make the right commitment in terms of time, learning, service. You won't get there. Because there are seasons of life. There are phases. You must create value at your current level. The value you may be creating at your current level might be your serving others. Stop disparaging it. Stop being too self-centric, too selfish, thinking of yourself. The best way to think of yourself is to take advantage of opportunities that allow you to grow. Because you still have yourself to live with for the next 20, 30 years. It's about what you're becoming. So this transactional mentality of immediate returns and rewards is killing a lot of value creating, potential value creators. You must learn the concept of delayed gratification. Put in the work. Serve your time. Learn, grow, develop, expand yourself so that you become much more. And when you become more, you can give of yourself. You cannot give beyond what you have the capacity for. You can't. Value creation over consumption. We're in a hurry to consume, to collect. You get into a space and you're already thinking opportunistically, how can I use this? to drive my interest. Let me tell you. You see, social media and all of the exposure platforms we have in today's world, they are good, they have a place. But those platforms will not turn you, a lizard, into an alligator or a crocodile overnight. Let me be clear. They are platforms, they are very valuable, very important, but you still have to put in the effort. You still have to allow yourself to be processed, learn, grow, and then those systems will work for you. I still maintain a very strong traditional view to growth and development. It takes time to create value. It takes time to create value, not just something vacuous that you package and say, let's go there, we're good to go. And then when it's subjected to the tests of demands, what we find is emptiness, an empty shell. So that's the fifth one. And the sixth one, citizen responsibility. In other words, you are a citizen of whatever ecosystem you find yourself. It's not just a political descriptive. You are a citizen of the world. You are a citizen of your organization, wherever you work. You are a citizen of your family. Yes, you are a citizen of Nigeria. Any ecosystem you find yourself, assume that citizen responsibility, meaning that every citizen has rights. That's what makes us citizens, isn't it? Every citizen has rights and responsibilities. Every citizen has something at stake. That's why you can claim your citizenship. So when you look at it from that micro level, you can assume responsibility for progress, for production, for excellence in that space. Citizen responsibility is as simple as walking down the corridor in your office and you notice someone used a bottle of water and it's empty and they left it on the floor. You can pick it up and just put it in the bin. Very simple. Rather than wait, where is the cleaner? The amount of time and energy, now I'm not saying we can't hold the cleaner accountable because that should be their job function, but the amount of time and energy to just take immediate responsibility, which shouldn't be a big deal, for that oversight, compared to what you will expend hunting down the cleaner, is so marginal. It's a mindset. When you carry the mentality of, I don't care, it's not my father's business, it's not my mother's property, I don't even have a stake in this, I only work here, my only interest is, let me just do my work, get paid my salary, let me live, whatever happens, let it happen. Then you are not assuming citizen responsibility. Once you are part of an ecosystem, you are a citizen in that space. You become responsible, whether you like it or not. So with these 6 values, it is my hope and my encouragement to you all that we can learn some of these key lessons. The advanced societies are not magicians. They are not closer to God than us. In fact, we are the ones that even carry God on our heads much more. They are not. But they have imbibed these 6 frameworks consistently over time, inculcated into modus operandi, thinking, way of life, collective investment in values. They nurture them, they maintain vigilance over them, and they allow this system to work their imperfections and to resolve even their own inadequacies. That is what they do. So start from your space. Then you can lay claim to being a developed person. At this point, to keep the relay of voices going, permit me to hand over the microphone to the next speaker.
That was a masterclass. That was a nation-building masterclass. And the Bible said that blessed are your ears, that they have heard these things, and happy are ye when you do them. Good morning once again. Thank you. Now, I'm speaking on a very important topic one more time this morning. And this one is also something symbolic. What is today's day? Not today's date. What is today's day? Today is Friday. You know, if you've been here since Thursday or Wednesday, you may be thinking, is it Thursday or Friday? Don't worry. Today is Friday. Today is Friday. And now, we are in the month of April. And most of the time, Easter holiday falls on April. And that is when we celebrate the death of Jesus Christ for those who are Christians. And fortunately for our brothers and sisters who are Islam, I think a few weeks ago, they also celebrated their own Eid. And this season where we are is the time where the Christians, the believers, celebrate Easter. And I'm speaking this morning on this topic based on today's day, Friday, on a topic that I've tagged, It's Friday, Sunday is coming. Now, why do I tag it, It's Friday, Sunday is coming? Just follow me while I do the analysis. Now, if you have read that in the Bible, Christ was betrayed on Friday. In the Bible again, Christ was denied on Friday. Every beating he collected, everything happened to him on Friday. The crying, the agony, the prayer he prayed at Gethsemane, all of those things happened on Friday. Now, why are all these things happening? Why are all those things that look like evil are actually happening to him on Friday? And then look at our nation today. It's also Friday. And look at the things happening to us. Look at the deaths. Look at the poverty. Look at the tension. Look at the confusion. Look at the uncertainties. Look at the level of insecurity almost everywhere on a daily basis. We are now getting used to bad news. It's almost like we are psychologically prepared. Okay, today 52 people died. Okay, 52. Wonderful. Maybe tomorrow again, okay, 25 people died. Wow, 25 today. Okay. Which means that on a norm, that is evil. But because it has repeated itself over and over and over again, we are becoming used to getting those bad news. Let's say, for example, a lady posted on Facebook the other day that she was driving, and then there's a tanker in front of her, which was about to fall. And then she was scared of trying to see if she can actually make it through before the tanker falls, if it's going to fall. And then the cars behind her were seeing that same tanker, and they were honking for her to try now, just try and see if it will fall. Really? And then she tried to see if it will fall. Unfortunately, the tanker did not fall. But then because the tanker did not fall, when those cars were trying to pass by her, they were like, next time, try to be fast. Which means that what seems to be evil to some people now is now becoming the norm. That you can even try to bypass evil sometimes. Evil here, I'm not talking about some evil in its moral sense. I mean evil that comes from the standpoint or the aspect of danger of what will happen. So look at where we are today. Look at the darkness, the psychological darkness in our nation that we have received on a daily basis. Of course, over these few weeks, even last week or coming to this week, you see the news that was trending online of the killings of about over 20 or 25 people in Jos. If you are from the northern side, you will know how serious that is. And sometimes when we Gen Z will just not we Gen Z, when the Gen Zs will rise up to talk to the millennials, I can't be a Gen Z. I know I can't, because I am no more. So when the Gen Z will rise up, and then some part of the millennials, especially those ones that escape Gen Z but they're not fully millennial, maybe those 1999 stuff, 1999 2000, you were like, God was like, okay, should we put them here? Should we say, okay, let's just put them there. So they escaped Gen Z small, but they are not fully millennial. Now, sometime in their thought, they were like, okay, how can we do this thing? They said, no problem, we will go to war. We better not go to war. We better not go to war. If you have had a little experience of what a riot looked like, I've experienced a tribal riot before. Tribal riot. Not far back in Kogi State where I was born, but somewhere in southwest in Ondo State, a tribal war. Very devilish. You see how, as at then we were about 6 or 7 years, I don't think I was up to 8 years then. You see how people were cutting people. How people were like macheting people, life. And how people were gunning their fellow people down. Why? Because of land. This part of this land belongs to me. That one belongs to you. And the whole of the town then was turned upside down. For days, there wasn't movement. For days, there wasn't movement. That day, I don't know what just happened to me. My mom was like, she just woke up that morning and she was like, she told our dad, see, I don't want these children to go to school today. I don't know why. My dad was like, okay, like why? And normally my dad is this person, once he speaks, his word stands. But that morning, he didn't argue, he said, okay, no problem. But my mom couldn't give her a reason why we should not go to school that day. Believe me. When school was still in session that day, when children were in school, a particular part of that tribe just enter into the school, regardless of the age of those children. They were cutting children live. Not because those children were the offenders, or not because those children were the one dragging lands with them, but because the school is owned by a particular tribe, which the other tribe is fighting the land for. So they want to attack that property to make sure to prove a point to them that, see, we can get this thing done. That happened over 15 years ago. But has it actually stopped? I bet if that has stopped. Look at the situation of our country today. It's Friday and everywhere is dark. Everywhere is dark. Psychologically, everywhere is dark. Economically, everywhere is dark. Not just in Nigeria alone. Just try to extend it to Africa a bit and you will see how we are becoming dead, or how we are deadened on a daily basis. Look at it from another standpoint, for instance. When you now look at the over 33 currencies we have in Africa, we have over 33 currencies in Africa. None of those currencies, not even the one from Nigeria, of course you know, not even the one from Rwanda, not even the one from the North American, none of those currencies can be used to close any international deal. You will need dollar to do it. In some cases, you will need pounds to do it. And we have over 33 currencies in Africa. That is Friday for us, because it's a psychological darkness. It's an economical darkness. There is nothing that it seems to be working anywhere. But like in the days of Jesus, it was Friday. He had his own moment of darkness. He had his own moment of doubt when he was praying that God will take away this cup from over him. That was his Friday. When he was beaten to stupor, when over 400 soldiers spat on him, that was his Friday. But then, they don't know that Sunday was coming. When they killed him, they buried him in the tomb. But then on the third day, which was Sunday, he rose again. So the people wanted to be sure that this man will never rise again. So they put a stone at the mouth of his tomb. But then you cannot undo what should be done. They wanted to undo his resurrection, or they wanted to make sure it never happened. But even though they tried all their possible best to make sure he is restricted to the grave forever, but at the right time on that third day, his Sunday came and he rose with the power of resurrection. So we as a nation, we might be going through hell today, but one thing is sure, it's Friday. Sunday is coming. Are we losing hope? Of course. Are we trying to see any possible means to leave this, sometimes we call it God-forsaken country? We are looking for it. But sometimes we need to understand that it is Friday. Our Sunday is coming. Just like in about 3 days' time, Sunday will come. And then every of this sorrow we are facing on this Friday will definitely be forgotten. So it is Friday. Sunday is coming. Look at the economy and then how survival is now replacing vision. If you call an average person today, do you have a purpose for your life? The first thing they will think about is their belly. And there is no way a man will be thinking about his belly. He will have time for his purpose. He's now looking as if the devil and the federal government of Nigeria are having a meeting. See, let's keep these people busy so that they can forget anything that looks like purpose or vision. And they keep us busy on a daily basis, pursuing survival. So many of us are surviving today. We are not living. We are surviving, we are not living. Just to make sure that anything we can do to make sure we have that provision for daily bread, we will do it, and then we move again. Then tomorrow we come back. But we have forgotten that it's what we are requesting that is the problem. If you request for daily bread, you will get daily bread. But you can request for manna for 40 years, it will fall. Which means you wouldn't have to pray for daily bread anymore, because you already have a provision for 40 years in store. By that doing, you can now face your life squarely to make sure you fulfill the purpose. But on this side of the world, no. Is it the problem that comes with the tax? On May 31st, we were told that it's going to be when we are to file in our tax. Have you been to that website before? It's not working. It's not working. Maybe later. But you say we should file in our tax on this so and so date. The website where we are to file the tax in is not working. And you say, okay, if you don't file that tax in after March 31st, you will charge us this and this amount of money, regardless of how much our income is. Then how do you want us to think properly? How much are we earning as a citizen? But one thing is sure is that it is Friday. Sunday is coming. Sometimes we may not know how Sunday will come, or sometimes we cannot even fathom the blessedness that is embedded in Sunday. But one thing is sure is that if we are able to refuse to die, by all means on Friday, when Sunday comes, we will laugh again. How about the hope that is looking delayed? Ever since you've been born and I've been born, they've been telling us that once Buhari comes in, everything will be fine. See that? That one, leave him alone. He's too schooled for our liking. Let's bring in Jonathan. Let's bring in Buhari. They brought another man in. That one too came. He spent 8 years. No, this one, no. Our Messiah now is another person. They brought another person in. And see where we are today. So the hope, the new hope. So the hope, is getting delayed. And when hope is deferred, what will happen? The heart will become sick. When hope is deferred for so long a time, the heart will become sick. But one thing is sure, it's Friday. Sunday is coming. And when that Sunday comes, we all smile. Sometimes we may see that, okay, what if it doesn't come to pass in my lifetime? One thing is sure, if it doesn't come to pass in our lifetime, it will come to pass in the lifetime of our children. If it doesn't come to pass in the lifetime of our children, it will come to pass in the lifetime of our children's children. If it still does not come to pass in their own lifetime, it will come to pass regardless. But one thing is sure, Sunday is coming. Because this nation is not forsaken. We have a lot of trouble that has befallen us. We have a lot of moral decadence. If we are even to look at it from the moral and the societal breakdown, you will now realize that because of some failures in the system of our nation, we now try to look for escape elsewhere. Have you seen what some people, a particular company where I was working before, I won't mention him, that place, they process part of some things that will take people outside the country. You need to see how desperate Nigerians are to leave this country, that they can do anything for anybody to make sure they leave, including selling their body to make sure this person help them process that paper. It doesn't matter if they are married. Sometimes you will be in the office and your heart is beating like 3 times the way you do beat. Like, imagine you are beating 1,000 times in 1 second. Because you cannot understand why a husband will tell his wife, if they say they can do it, then do what they say they should do now. At least we'll live here together. I'll forgive you. Sometimes you only watch it in movie. No, it's not just a movie. Sometimes you will sit down and you will see like somebody who is looking a deeper lively. We just walk in, morally dressed up, and then when they start talking, you see, I say, don't worry. See, they say that one, I will do it for you, but then you can just come later in the evening. And by the time you come to work the next morning, you start hearing so that those and those and those ones, they came here last night, and then this and this and this happened. What are they looking for? They just want to travel out of this nation. People are so desperate to live that they are willing to sell not just their body but their soul to make sure they get the heaven out of this country. That is the moral breakdown. When you now come to the religious sense or the religious aspect of it, you will now realize that even in the church where truth should be very stern, very strict, and then very rigid, that is the best place where truth can be watered down. And that is the best place where people can be cajoled and they use God to pamper them. And they tell them that's the way they pamper. But then, the thing there is this. Even in the church, maybe few months ago, you might have seen a video of a pastor who was saying that you cannot trust the righteousness of a poor man. Which means if a man is poor, you cannot trust his righteousness. You can never trust his righteousness. For you to trust a man's righteousness, he must have money. How do we correlate that with what is in the scripture? How do we balance it? Can you even balance it at all? You cannot balance that. Which means in a place where truth should be taught, people are now being taught how to become desperate to get anything they want to get. But then, it's a problem of this nation. And one thing is sure, it's Friday. Sunday is coming. And that Sunday means hope for us. It means hope. How about politics that is of the absence of truth? Politics that's of the absence of truth. When you look at what happened recently, where a particular politician traveled to the UK to gather some stuff, it was later when he left, they told us that the people that gathered together were paid some amount of money just to show that that's okay. I didn't mention him. That the politician is coming. And when he came out, the people came out for the money, not for what they believe he can do. But then how can you negotiate for people's will, for people's soul, if that is even possible to buy? How can you negotiate for people's will if you have not kept them perpetually hungry? Which means you cannot leverage on that thing you've taken away from them to get what you want from them. They may not be living with us here, they may be in the diaspora, but then that thing that followed them from here is still hitting them hard over there. And because of that, anybody could press that Momo button at any point in time and they will get their way. They will get what they want. Politics also showing us as a means of as the absence of truth. How about arguing over our identity? Arguing over our identity. A skit was produced, is it not, sometime last week? And then this guy that called himself a governor, Amuneke, of course, if you are familiar with him, he does such skit where he tried to say some things about politicians in another way. Now, in that skit, it was like some people were voting over there. He was seeing them, and then the vote was not going in his direction. And then he told the guy beside him that, see, how are they just, look at how they are voting there peacefully. And the guy was like, okay, what can we do? Say, no, don't worry, just go there, just pick one tribe, say anything against that tribe. And that guy came down from the vehicle, he went there, he stood behind the queue, and it was like, in fact, I don't know how these Igbo people are so foolish. How can they allow Yoruba people to be getting their PVC before them? He said it, he left. Everybody on that queue started fighting. Everybody on the queue started fighting. The man that said it, he has left. Enter his other car, they drove off. But that day, the PVC ended. Probably at that polling it or wherever they're collecting it from. We are arguing over our identity. Okay, my tribe is the best. Okay, how many tribes as your state produce? I mean, how many governors as your tribe produce? Unnecessary argument. And that is one problem we are having as a nation. See, in this nation, for example, let me use myself as an example. Before I am a Nigerian, I am so many things. Number one, I'm from Igala. That is, Igala is my language that I speak, Kogi State. I'm from Igala. Number two, I'm from Ejule. Number three, I'm from Igala Mela local government. Number four, I'm from Kogi State. Number five, I'm from North Central or Middle Belt. Number six, I'm a Nigerian. There is no way a nation can move forward without that belief system. That you are not just Nigerian there, that before you are a Nigerian, you are first of all from Kogi State. And even before you are Kogi State, you are first of all from Ejule or from Igala, or you speak this particular tribe. No. In America, Everyone is an American. It doesn't matter if you're from California, if you're from New York. If in New York they use maybe probably a vulgar language, in California they speak decently, in Texas they wear cap or hat, like whatever they want to do. But once you are an American, you are an American. You can come from anywhere at any point in time. I even think it is even possible that if you are born in California, you can go and contest for governor, maybe over there in Texas, and you will still win. Make sure you can talk, and make sure you have good plans for the people, and you know how to, of course, lie very well. Once you are good at it, you will win. But here in Nigeria, like imagine me now from Kogi State, and I'm now eyeing someone who say, that's it, fine. No. How can we run this thing? The idea will not even come to my mind in the first place. If that idea cannot come or does not come, when it comes to the bigger table, I will not see Nigeria first. Before I see Nigeria, I will see Kogi State. Before I see Kogi State as a whole, I will see my local government. Before I see it, I will see my tribe. Before my tribe, I will see my language, my own people. Before I see my own people, I will see my family first. There is no way a nation can grow under that umbrella, because identity crisis is too much. Which means before you are a Yoruba person, you are first of all an Ijebu man. Which means because you are an Ijebu man, of course, you should be from Ogun State. And because you are from Ogun State, then you must have a particular local government you are coming out from. Then you are from Ogun State. Then you are a Nigerian. When the time comes for people to vote for you, then say, wait, where is he from? You say Ogun, they have charm. Ogun have charm. Say, no, leave him. This country belongs to Jesus. He has charm. Leave them alone. That is what people, it's just you to create a narrative to deceive people. Once you can create a narrative to deceive the majority, you will win. That is it. Something happened a few days ago after the killing, and then somebody came out and the person was like, they said that killing was done to embarrass the president on his birthday. Do you see how a narrative was created to reduce the effect of the moral decadence of what has happened, where souls were dead? You said that, okay, that was actually done just to embarrass the president on his birthday. How were you able to sit down and then you put your so-called common sense together, say, okay, let's think about this? So, oh wow, so they did it to embarrass the government, and you're able to think about it comfortably. You not only think about it, you came out, you pick up your phone, you now type it, and then you have it uploaded online for us to see. No. See, a lot of things is wrong with us in this nation. And by the time I will be ending at this, I will give the solution and how our Sunday can actually come. Another thing is the emotional reality, because people are tired, but they are still standing. People are tired on a daily basis, but they are still standing. If you are weak, for example, what are we going to tell you? We'll tell you, Yakubu, manage. Because Yakubu must not die. Where we are going is still far. Yakubu cannot die on the road. Yakubu cannot die here. People are tired, but then they are still standing. And then honest people are now being tempted. Honest people, they are now being tempted. We as a nation, we have honest men in their millions in this nation. But then they are currently being tempted. Also, we see that strong women are already exhausted. They've been holding the line for so many years. For decades, they've been holding the line. And now it's looking as if they are getting tired. And everybody just wants to leave. Everybody just wants to see. Let us just leave it for them and let them see. And let us see how they are going to run it. And also we see that evil is organized, but good is being scattered. It was Martin Luther King that said that in life or in a society, that the silence of good men is more dangerous than the evil of bad men. The silence of good men is more dangerous is more of an evil than the evil or than the devious attitude of the bad men. Look at it as a whole. That is because evil is structured. Somebody came out the other day, this a missionary from I think from United States. He was like, the attack on Nigeria is planned, organized, and strategic. And when the time comes for us to rise up as a nation to do something, the first thing we consider is, what if we now do this? What is God thinking about this thing? What is God thinking about you defending your life? What is God thinking? Okay, will God be angry if an armed robber comes to your house and then you try to defend yourself? Of course not. But now the first thing we try to see is to see how we can reduce the weight of the evil that is happening in the conscience and in the mind of the people through religion. So there is also people are tired, but they are still standing. And then manipulation is being rewarded. People can be manipulated. Then people can be manipulative and they will still reward them. But people who are standing, they are being punished. People can be successfully manipulated and they will give them a kudos for being able to successfully manipulate somebody. But the ones who are standing, of course, you are standing for nothing. You will get your due punishment. Now, there's a shift in understanding. There's going to be a shift in understanding of this situation, which means that we are currently in a psychological dilemma as a nation. But remember, it's only Friday. Sunday is coming. And by the time the stone will get rolled away from the tomb where we have been buried for ages, for years, there's going to be a great morning. There's going to be a new morning. A new morning is going to dawn. And when that morning dawns, everywhere is going to get clear. Because everywhere is going to get brighter. Because we have a generation that is now demanding for accountability. They want to know, how did you spend it? They want to know, how did that one come from? They want to know, if you spent it, where did the money go? They want to know, why is this budget this way and why is it that way? Yes, the youth are distracted on a daily basis. When you see, when the tax was edited, we cannot call it edited. Okay, for lack of better word, let me borrow that word, edited. When the tax was edited, the day they released that news was the day Nigeria was playing African Cup of Nations, and we lost that night. Because we lost that night, they released that part of the tax law that night, which means they've released it. You don't have the time to check because we are grieving over our loss in the African Cup of Nations. The youth are steadily distracted. We are heavily distracted. Watch out henceforth. Whenever they want to release any important news, they will wait for something to happen. Once it happens, when everybody is like, okay, is it I should speed now? Oh, I should speed. They've just released the news. Bah! You will see it. Few people will complain, but the majority are on I should speed and they Google, why is he speaking like that? Why did he use that the type of language? Because they know when to release the news that you not care about. And once it's been there, before you know, they say, go and check now. It has been released since. It was there. They are, okay, you people should follow news. No, it was strategic. See, in the Roman Empire, then whenever the Roman government or Senate, whenever they want to bring out any evil law or any law that is unsavory to the people, and they know that they will complain about it, this is what they will do. They just organize one match between some hefty guys, maybe or some gladiators. Organize the match, invite all the people there, bring an orator who is able to speak, and the people will forget their thinking pattern. Put them there. While those ones are killing themselves in the battlefield or in the match or in what they call match, the people are there watching. The Senate are under the so-called stadium, passing the bill. And by the time the match will be done, they've already posted it on their wallpaper or on their street. That, okay, henceforth, here is what we are doing, that's what we are doing. But before they could do that, they have to have these people distracted. So if this responsibility must shift, and if our Sunday must come swiftly, we must stop being distracted. Because if you are distracted, your ability to think will be reduced. It will be affected. You can't even think properly. You can't even sit down to reason. Sometimes let me tell you how this distraction has affected you. When you open a post on Facebook, on Instagram, on Twitter, and you cannot make a comment yourself, if you have to look at the comment section to form your own comment, you are not thinking. Think about it very well. I'll say it again. If you open X or TikTok and somebody posts something and you don't know what to say about it, and you have to check comment section so you can read other people's comments to form your own comment, apologies, you don't know how to think. No, like, your thinking is affected. I'm serious, your thinking is affected. It's grossly affected. See, when you see a post, this is what this person says. Okay, I don't believe it. You don't have to be right or wrong, but have a mind of, like, what did you say? When they came to Jesus, they said, Jesus, in the days of Moses, he said that whenever we have somebody apprehended in the case of adultery, say we should slaughter him. What do you say? So, social media will ask you, what do you think about it? When somebody asks you, what do you think? It's a very dangerous question. They are trying to sack your ability to think. They are trying to know how well you are able to reason out of the box. They want to know if it is your feeling that is thinking or your brain. So the next time you see a post on Facebook, if you don't know what to say about it, just scroll up. You don't have to go through the discipline yourself not to know what people say about it until you know what you say about it. Then come back, if you have to make a comment, and make your own comment. Because you don't have to put people's thoughts together to make your own thoughts. You should be able to have a mind of your own. When we look at the tax law, some of these laws that our Senate is bringing up, when you read it, you may not 100% have a good understanding of what that thing is saying, but at least you should be able to know that with what this thing is saying, this is what I understand about it. You can now get a lawyer to give you a better understanding about it, but you as an individual must be able to know, with what is released today, this is what I think about it. Remember, you don't have to be correct, but you have to know how you are thinking. You can now see how Nigeria has doctored your mind, and how, with the help of social media, they have doctored the whole belief system. How they know when to strategically release some news. They know when to actually plan the whole thing to make sure it's not too high, it's not too low, so that the complaint will be reduced. So currently, it's our time of Calvary, and then there is pain everywhere. There are crowns of thorns on our head. There are so many things we are passing through in the family, in marriages, relationship, in our economy, in our schooling system, in our church, on the streets, everywhere. A lot of things is going wrong on our Friday. But one thing is this: if we do not give up, Sunday is definitely coming. Now, what does Sunday really mean? Sunday means a time of reawakening, because we are waking up. We are waking up to take responsibility. Just like the dean said before I came up, we are waking up to become more responsible. Starting from to be responsible for ourselves. To be responsible for what you feel about yourself. For what you think about Nigeria. For what you think about your state. For what you think about the ethnic, for what you think about for the tribe, and then the duplicity of everything happening in our nation. What do you feel about it? Also, it's a time of we trying to come out of whatever things that has shackled us in time past. It could be religion, maybe Christian or Muslim. It could be any other thing. It could be a sense of poverty that has been sold to us. It could be our inability to be partakers of the options in which we are to choose from. It could be anything, but one thing we must know is that we should rise up to responsibility, because Sunday is not a magic, it's a responsibility. Jesus Christ was not just lying there. If you read forward, the Bible says that he went to hell, from that grave, to fight with the devil, so he can get the key of life and death. He got the key, and on the third day, he rose again. So if we are going to rise again, and if our Sunday will come very fast, we must rise up to responsibility. And what must we do while it is still Friday? Action in the dark time. Actions in the dark time is a determinant of how soon or how far of how soon or how far our Sunday will go. The action in the dark time will tell us how far our Sunday is, or how short our Sunday will be. And then we also have to know that it is on Friday that we can work hard, because the road from where we are down to Calvary is very, very rough. It's very, very rough. It's very, very rough. Where we are at the moment, we are at the places where we are being beaten left and right. Our emotion is being beaten. Our finance is being beaten. Our relationship is being beaten. Our nation is being beaten. A lot of things is just bats and bows us on a daily basis. But we must know that the journey from where we are on Friday down to Calvary, where the crucifixion is going to be painful. And that is the pain we are feeling now. So this pain shows that we are making a significant progress. It doesn't mean that by the time we sleep tonight, wake up tomorrow morning, we'll see a bright new Nigeria. No. But it's hard work. It's high pressure. It's long hours of work and prayer. It's everyone taking out responsibility, not to vote because the person is from our tribe but we are voting because we believe in what that person believes in. Also, the balance here is that it's a combination of pain and hope. That is the balance. Sunday and Friday, Friday and Sunday. It's a balance of pain and hope. There is pain in our body because carrying the cross on our shoulder is very heavy. But we must carry this cross so that we can promise our children that, see, we labored for this country. At my age, for example, there are only few things I can tell my children tomorrow that I actually labored that for this country. If I will be sincere with you, aside from the tax, there are few things I can say, see, this is what I've contributed to this nation. Maybe there are very few. But I think that at my age, I should have done much more than that. Because our fathers who bettered this nation did more than that for every one of us. And the declaration is that it's Friday. Our Sunday is coming. Not because our leaders will become perfect. No. They are human. They won't become perfect. It's Friday. Sunday is coming. Not because there is no more work to do, but it's because there is still more work to be done. It's Friday. Sunday is coming. We will still have some people who are thirsty of blood amongst us, who want to bring in confusion and evil and devious things. But we must collectively understand that it's Friday. Sunday is coming. Because when we get to understand fully well that the silence of good men is more dangerous to the society than the evil work of evil men, then it's Friday. Our Sunday will soon come. And as we celebrate this Easter, and today being Friday, when Christ was crucified, it means that our nation is being crucified today, so that in 3 days' time, we can rise again. And having said that, I want to pass over the mic to the next speaker.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. As always, can you look at your neighbor and say, I'm doing better than good and better than most? I can't hear you. Is it that you just talk and you don't actually listen or think about the line you've just said? I'm doing better than good and better than most. Let's go. Can you turn to another person and say, I am doing better than good and better than most? In these 20 days of eloquence, tell another person, I am doing better than good and better than most. Thank you very much. Today I'll be speaking on children in leadership. Children in leadership. We've been admonished by the last speaker, and he said something really prominent. He spoke about responsibility, and before he came up, the dean also spoke about responsibility. Like I said, I'll be talking about children in leadership. If we are to create the right atmosphere, or if we are to equip these children in being the leaders of today and tomorrow, the shapers of these children have to be fully equipped to give them the best. Meaning, you cannot give what you do not have. You cannot give what you do not have. You cannot instill what you do not have. We're talking about responsibility. You may say, oh, I'm not married now. I don't have children right now. But the person or the little child in your community who greets you, Auntie, good morning, or Uncle, good morning, while you're on your way to work, or you're coming back from work, or coming back from church. He's looking up to you directly or indirectly. So you have people around you that you can shape through your actions, directly or indirectly. So first thing, you have to be responsible. I have to be responsible. You have to be responsible. In instilling leadership, everyone have to be responsible. Our Friday is here, and Sunday will still come. But while we're waiting for Sunday, all hands on deck. Like I said, children in leadership. I don't know about you, but growing up, African parents, my mom, especially when it is hot and sunny, Abigail, Abigail, and I would run to her and she would say, take this 200 naira, go and get agege bread. For people that know how agege bread, especially the fresh ones, go and get agege bread for me and cold Pepsi. Then 200 naira could buy agege bread and cold Pepsi. And I would run to the nearest shop. I would ask for the brown bread. If it's like the last one that is left, I will just collect it. And when I get to the house, she will say, no, this bread is not brown enough. Go and return this bread. And I would run, go back. Then the instruction before leaving the house would be, if they don't have, go to the next shop. And I'll run there, and I'll go to the next shop, get her the bread. She opens the drink, and she drinks the cold Pepsi and say, I need it. She would inhale and exhale. She would say, I need it. Fast forward to an adult. There are times where I imitate my mom so much, and we laugh about it. I don't know if you've done that before. You've imitated your parents one way or the other. If your daddy is saying something, you already know the end from the beginning. You've done that before. Even if you're not saying it in, like outside, in your mind, you're already calculating it. Okay, this is not the way of children of God, or this is not the way we live. Set good example. You already calculated that. Imitation. How did you get to learn that? It's because you stayed with him. You've learned his ways. You've understood him. He did not say, sit down. Ade, sit down. Emeka, sit down. Choma, sit down. This is how I want to talk. Or this is how I like to talk. Or when this happened to me, this is how I like to respond. It did not teach you that. You saw, you observed, and you imitated. I would say it again. You saw his attitude. You saw his characters. You observed it. Either your parent, either your mom, your dad, you observed the character and you imitated it. Like I said, children in leadership. The grown-up, not just the grown-up per se, the responsible adults, are the ones fit to instill leadership in children. And what is leadership? I say here that leadership is the ability to influence, to guide and inspire others to attain common goals. Leadership is the ability to influence, and influencing people can be indirect or direct. You never can know that your attitude or your character is being observed by another person. You never can tell. And I will tell you what, I'm an early year educator and I do more of home schooling than working in the regular school setting. My learner, she just clocked 3 years. She just clocked 3. we have the class 3 times in a week for 3 hours, and 1 week, that's after the previous week, after the last week, I went to their house. The following week I was supposed to resume, but the mom said she was down, like she was not so strong. And I was like, oh, okay, she should get better. She said she had runny nose and catarrh, like cough and catarrh. I said, okay, no problem. And we agreed that she should use the week to rest and get better. And then I got to the house the next week because she was already better. Believe you me that because there was no class the previous week, my learner had relapsed, meaning the activities we were always doing, both the academics, the hands-on exercises, the play, the structured activities, she had relapsed. She didn't want to learn. She didn't want to do anything. She wanted to act like the teacher. Oh, what am I even saying? She didn't want to act like, she was not even acting like, she wanted to be the teacher, and I will explain. She said, Miss Abigail, I am the teacher today. And I was like, okay. And this is, I said, she just clocked 3. And she said she wanted to be the teacher today. And I was looking at her. Okay, so in my mind, I'm like, where is this coming from? I know I give opportunities sometimes for my children to role play. But this is me specifically telling them, okay, you will be the teacher on so and so day, and they get to prepare for it. But she just insisting that she was the teacher. She didn't say she will be the teacher. She said she is the teacher. And I was looking at her. And she gave me marker and said, Miss Abigail, go write on the board. And I was looking at her. She said, go write on the board. And I went to the board. And I was like, what should I write? And she said, write from this to this. And I was looking at her. I was still in awe. I was still shocked, but I was still writing. And she said that I was not doing it so well, like the way she was expecting me to do it. And she said, Miss Abigail, time out. I was still looking at her. I was like, I'm writing. Why would you give me time out? She said, Miss Abigail, time out. And I was looking. She was acting exactly as I would act. That's imitation. Children learn by what they see and what they hear. And that event made me understand something, that I have to be intentional. I have always been intentional per se, but I have to be extremely careful in what I do in front of this child, what I say in front of this child. It did not stop there. I was done writing, and this was what she said to me. Bring the book. Bring the book. And I was like, okay, bring what book? She went to her books and brought them, sat down on the seat I usually sit on. Normally she doesn't touch my biro, but she went to my bag, brought out my biro, and she was marking. Please tell me what 3 years old will be marking. But she was marking and doing everything exactly like me. And I was still looking at this. I was looking at her closely, and I was shocked. I was shocked to my bones. For us to breed children that will lead not just today, but lead tomorrow. And tomorrow is not far-fetched. We have to be responsible and intentional about our responsibility. Like I said, leadership is the ability to influence. And this influence is still not direct. It could be direct, it could be indirect. Now, imagine a world where every child grows up confident enough to lead, wise enough to listen, and responsible enough to serve others. Let's imagine that kind of world. Where they grow up confident. This is not arrogance, this is not pride, this is not disrespect, but healthy confidence. And this can be instilled by responsible adults, responsible guardians, responsible trainers, responsible aunties, uncles, parents, caregivers, whoever that child may be involved in or with. Let's imagine that kind of world. Leadership begins with one decision: allowing children lead. Let's allow them lead. We want the best for every child. Allow them lead. I was, should I say, arguing per se, but I had my own thoughts about children. I said, I've always believed that each child has to be taught what to do and what not to do. Explain these concepts to them and they will follow suit. But then I had a change of mind after meeting a professor. And what he said was, we all know, or like a scholar said, that children are tabula rasa. They are clean slate, meaning you have to show them what to do, explain the concepts to them and all that. And he said, in as much as we want to believe in that expression or believe in that philosophy, he gave an example. Who teaches the child, a newborn child, how to take in the breast milk of the mom? Because then they cannot process language yet, but they know this is a feeling, is an intuition in them. So rather than just allowing them, or rather than being in that position where we have to tell them again and again what to do, we can allow them make positive, yet learning their mistakes. And that will bring me to the acronym I gave for leading. To lead, I said they can learn early. Children can learn early. They can learn early in life to make mistakes. Make mistakes, rise up and go again. For us to produce good leaders, not just for today, but for tomorrow, we should allow them, we should guide them, not just guiding them. We can watch from a close distance, a close range, when they exhibit characters that are either good or the other way round. And that will help us get an understanding of who they really are. We should allow them learn early. Learn early in communication. Learn early in speaking up. Learn early in being confident. Learn early in doing the right. We should allow them express themselves. Empower children. How do we empower these children? How do we make them better? How can we empower them? By giving them the right tools. And giving them the right tools means take them around, make them explore. Explore their immediate environment. Explore social gatherings. Network. Teach them the basics. Make them interact with their immediate environment. Do not just lock them up, lock them in a particular place. Okay, this brings me to an interview I had. My kind of teaching, I always tell my students that for every action there is a consequence. And I did not just tag the consequence as negative. I tagged consequence as both positive and negative. If you do this, you get this. If you don't do this, you get this. In that interview, the mom said, oh, she asked a question of which I cannot remember, but I said, okay, if I am to come in to do this and this for this child, we can always teach actions, consequence to every actions. And she said, oh, no, my child is just 3 years. What can she learn? What can she learn? She's just 3 years. What can she assimilate? What? No, you can't bring that in. And I was looking at these children knows better than you. These children never underestimate a 3 years old child or a 2 years old child. Never underestimate them. And I will tell you why. So my learner one day, or before this particular day, she has always put on a good behavior, a good front. And I will always brag after every class, I have the best learner in the world. I would even go home when my mom is asking me how was work, I can yap about the whole activity. She did this, she did this, she did this, she did this, she did this. And sometimes I create content about what we do in class. And everybody in the house, even those that have not even seen her, this your learner is really energetic. And she's doing this and she's doing that. How old is she again? Is she 4? I said, no. She's about, like she's going to 3. And you're like, wow. Okay. But I got to the house one of the days, and the attitude she portrayed to me, I was as shocked. It was the opposite of the attitude I was expecting. I was so shocked, and I was like, where did this child learn this from? Where did she learn this from? This is where we come in as responsible adults, by empowering them with the right attitude at all time. Like I said, L, learn early. We should allow them learn early. E, we should empower the children. A, we should allow mistakes. Mistakes are parts of growth. Mistakes are parts of growth. Show me a man who is successful, and behind that man you will see a lot of mistakes he has made that formed his experience. Show me a man who is afraid of making mistakes, and I will show you a man who has not fully actualized his potential. And when I say a man, I'm not just talking about one gender, I'm generalizing it. Mistakes are allowed. It is in mistakes we get corrected, and it is in mistakes we learn. I often tell my learners, if you do not understand it, always speak out, say it. But some would not say it. I don't know why. They would not want to air their mind. But how do I get to understand that they have not really gotten the lesson? Is after every class starts. And because they were nodding their head like they understood the lesson, or she understood the lesson. After the class starts, and I'm seeing maybe 4/5, and I'm like, I thought you said you understood this lesson, and it's a one-on-one class. What happened? What went wrong? So allowing mistakes helps us know when to come in as guardians of these children. Develop future leaders. The future is here. whether we believe it or not, the future is not far-fetched. Understand that we can say leaders or children are the leaders of tomorrow. Tomorrow is not distant because today was once tomorrow. Yesterday was once tomorrow. Tomorrow, it's not far. It's not far. So what we are to do is to develop future leaders, and in developing future leaders, we have to start now. We have to start now. And what does that mean? You can never compare the experience and competence of these two different persons. A person or a child that has been learning to play the piano since 3 years old, and that child is probably 18. And a person who just said, oh, I think I like this instrument enough to want to learn it at age 18. The difference is wide. What makes the difference wide? Regardless of this person being an adult, what you would gain in that stage can never be compared in competence to that person that has been learning this particular skill since how many years? 3 to 18. Develop future leaders now. It starts steady steps, little steps, just a task at a time, one lesson at a time, one lesson at a time. That is what will make them the leaders we want them to be. Like I said, children learn by what they see. And we should know that leadership begins from childhood. Not when they are adults, not when they are grown, not when they are teenagers. It starts now. It begins now. Those attitudes you're saying that you don't want in your child's life, you start correcting them now. You don't say, Yoruba will say, Omo ye. I don't know if I'm saying it all right, but it's just a child. File. No. You start correct. You may not shout. Just one at a time. And in correction, you pick one attitude that you see you don't like. You don't start saying everything. I don't like the way you eat. I don't like the way you talk. I don't like the way you walk. I don't like this. No, you start one at a time. One at a time. Children are like raw material. What we teach them, show them, and allow them become, we shape who they turn out to be. They are raw material. Raw, in their raw form. How we shape them, how we mold them. It's just like a potter. We are the potter, and the clay are the children. How we want them to be is in our hands as the potter. So directly or indirectly, you're not just living for yourself. You are not just living for yourself. Your niece, your nephew is somewhere around. And you can start, like I said, by being responsible. Start with that language. If you use the curse word, you can start by reducing that. If you act in certain attitudes that you are not even, maybe you may not be aware, but somebody is telling you. If somebody is telling you, what do you think your nephew is saying? Or the child in your compound is saying? The immediate environment of a child plays a crucial role in shaping their character and leadership ability. The immediate environment. The immediate environment. First, the parents, which is a primary institution. Then we have the school, which is a secondary, and social gatherings, religious places, religious centers. But first, the primary institution, which is the home. These leadership characters or abilities or skill has to be inculcated in them. Children will always, or they learn faster by what they see and what they hear. What they see and what they hear. I went to my learner's home one day, They are twins. This particular family, they are twins, and the boy ran to the sister and said, "Don't do that!" Like he was shouting, "Don't do that! Don't do that! I don't want you to do that!" And I was just looking, what was going on? But when I added 1 plus 1 together, I saw that one of the parents used to do that. And this child is just 3. We want to inculcate leadership character or abilities to these children. We have to be responsible. We have to mold them. We have to mold them in the right direction. And we also have to raise these children, I call it the leadership tax. In teaching a child leadership, it can be overwhelming because there are a lot of things you would want to correct. I think it's the Bible that says, I can't really put it well, but I would rephrase that foolishness abides in a child, but the rod of correction, the other one. But foolishness about, because we're adults, there are certain characters these children will portray. You will want to correct, you would even want to shout down the whole place. But it becomes better with this leadership tax. And I gave it an acronym. For the L, I call it the little tax. The little tax. And what do I mean by the little tax? It means when they come out from, like, after going out and they are coming in, and you help them remove their shoe, they should be able to pick up that shoe and place it in a particular place. After eating, they should be able to carry their plate. These are little tasks. Little, but essential. Small tasks, but essential. They say a little drop of water makes a mighty ocean. Little tasks. That they are responsible for certain things. Little tasks. I go to E, I call it the enduring tasks. And why I call it the enduring task is because most times or sometimes stretch the ability of the child. Oh, this child is 3 years old, this child cannot do anything. You never can tell. Just stretch it. You may not overdo it, but at least stretch the enduring capacity of that child. So what I do for my learner is sometimes when I go to their house, I can just give her 2 tasks or 3 tasks max. Then we play all through and do some fun activities. We do other hands-on activities, and I would go. But there are days when we do 6 and we do 7. And in those days, at first, it was challenging for her. It was challenging. She would say, "Miss Abigail, I'm tired. Please help me." And I'll be looking at, I would help you, but I think you have to do this. And if you do this, I will do this for you. There is a reward after this. Enduring tasks. That they are able to persevere. That they are able to take it in. They are able to absorb it. It may not be easy at first, but with consistency, it becomes better. Then I call it the advocating task. Advocating task. My learner surprised me this week. She was writing, and when she was done writing, I was using one eye to look at her, just checking the time so that we were right on time, time management. I sat down and I pretended like I was sleeping with my head down, and I saw her. When she was done with the task, she brought it to where I usually sit. And she went to their chair. There's a particular coffee bedspread, and she was dragging it, she was bringing it. It was thick and heavy, but she was trying to pull it down so that she can use it on me. And I saw what she was doing. I was touched. I was so touched. And I said, what are you doing? Because I saw her struggling with it. I saw her. Then when I opened my eyes and I was laughing, and she said, I thought you were sleeping. Oh, it warmed my heart. It really warmed my heart. That they can advocate for other people. You teach them this attitude. You teach them this. And you teach this attitude and instill it in them by giving them tasks that portrays this attitude. The first one I said little tasks. The second one is enduring tasks, advocating tasks, and decision making tasks. The D, decision making tasks. As little as going to their house, for all my learners, because we use the whiteboard marker regardless of the age range, I would ask, what color of marker are we using today? And they tend to decide. They get to decide. She gets to decide, or he gets to decide. I want color red. I said, okay, no problem. Color red you would have. Can you decide for me too? Miss Abigail, use color black. I'll say thank you. You're welcome. And we carry on with the task. Decision making. They should be part of the decision making process. Give them that task. I would ask, do you want to eat now? No, I don't want to eat. When you want to eat, let me know. Okay, Ms. Abigail. Decision making tasks. Do you want to do this? What activity should we do today? Let's do hide and seek. Or let's do this and this. Or let's do that and that. Make them part of the process. It doesn't make it look rigid. I understand that yes, we're adults and we're meant to allow them, we're meant to lead while they follow. But at least everyone wants to have that spark of being on top, of being in charge, of being in control. Children also want that. You may not do it to the extreme, but at least once in a while, give them room to make decisions. Then I said the E is the economy awareness tax, that they are responsible for money. That they are responsible. You teach them economy. You make them understand. It is at a tender age that you instill this trait in them, the economy awareness tax. Then the R, the responsibility tax. Make them responsible for things. I have this notion that I bring the ball. After bringing the ball, when we are done playing with that activity using the balls can be scattered everywhere. Then I give her the bag. Okay, we're done with this activity. Are you happy? Yes, I'm happy. Okay, now pick the balls. Responsibility. She picks the balls and she brings it. I do the needful. When we're done with the task, okay, pick up the pieces of paper. After we've done our cutting and pasting, pick up the pieces of paper. Responsibility. You don't get to say, this child is more. Yeah. No. You don't get to do that. You teach this skill at a tender age. The first one, little tax, enduring tax, advocating tax, decision-making tax, economy awareness tax, responsibility tax, supervision tax. Let them supervise. Let them supervise. There are days that I would scatter the whole place and my learner will come and say, no, Ms. Abigail, this thing is not supposed to be here. This thing is not meant to be here. She's doing the supervision. She's looking at the place. And she start arranging them. This is supervision. What about hospitality tax? Make them responsible for another person. Make them responsible for another person. The integrity tax, where they get to tell the truth. I asked my learner something one of the days. And he was not going straight forward. And I was looking, are you telling lies now? And he was looking at me. And I was looking at him. And he said to me, okay, Ms. Abigail, this is it, and this is it, and this is it. he has to say the truth because he knows there is a consequence to every action. So make them responsible by teaching them this tax. And lastly, purposeful tax. Purposeful tax. This leadership tax will help each and every child be the best version of themselves. And when they become the best version of themselves, they become a person that is fit to rule the society. What will invest in these children today will grow up to either make us as a society or mar us as a society. I would now pass on the mic to the next speaker.
Thank you. I'd like us to celebrate ourselves. We've come this far and we're still keeping it going. Please celebrate yourself. Please do that. Well done. My name is Oluwatoyin Odajide, and today I'll be speaking about trauma. Permit me to ask questions, and I'll appreciate if you can give me answers to it. As a man, have you ever told yourself or probably heard from someone that be strong, men don't cry? Have you ever heard that? Yes. Men don't cry. It's a taboo for men to cry. You should bottle it up. Please, who can tell me what comes to mind when you hear the word trauma? What comes to mind when you hear the word trauma? Please help. Can anyone answer that? Terrible experience. Terrible experience. Thank you. Any other response? Any other response? The lady in blue Ankara, any response? Nigeria. Wow, wow. Nigeria. What comes to mind when you hear the word trauma? Abuse. Thank you. I need one more response. One more. Neglect. Thank you. Sometimes we feel abuse can be in the noise, in the accident. Trust me, you might have been in an accident before and you're traumatized. Fair enough. But sometimes trauma don't scream. It is in being constantly ignored. It is trauma whispers for years. It doesn't usually scream like, oh, the accident type of trauma. Oh, probably I was coming from somewhere and you were involved in an accident and you were like, oh no, I'm traumatized. I cannot travel for a while. Trauma is when you are not being appreciated. Trauma is when you believe that you have to struggle before you can be seen. You have to work hard, work out yourself before people can appreciate you. That right there is trauma. It usually don't scream. I would define trauma as what happened inside of you when no one helped you to feel safe. I will also say trauma is an experience that happens to you that overwhelms your ability to cope. It is what happens when your body and your mind can't process it, then it stays in you. Somebody must have hurt you before. I'm sure everyone in this room, you must have somebody that must have offended you. And you'll be like, oh, I'm not going to do this again. I'm not going to trust people again because this person did this to me. That decision right there is trauma. You're traumatized and you're saying, oh, what's there in need to trust people? Since I did it once, it didn't favor me. That right there is trauma. Our present world is functioning today, but is it actually healing, there are many people who walk around with things bottled up in them. You ask people, how are you? The next response is fine. But how are you really? Inside of you, how are you? When last have you asked a person, how are you, and you really waited for the response? The response you are expecting is fine, which really means you were not really asking to know how the person is. You are just asking it for asking sake. When was the last person someone asked you, how are you, and you really said how you're feeling? I said earlier, many people walk around with emotions bottled up in them. Some people grow up being taught that you should not express how you feel. You should not tell people what you're going through. They were taught that silence is strength. They confuse silence for strength. They confuse it for, oh, you're going through something, just bottle it up in. That means you are strong. No, you are not strong. You don't have to bottle up emotions inside of you to feel like, I'm strong. No. We live in a world that celebrates productivity, but ignores pain. We celebrate people, oh, you're successful. How successful are you? You ask people, how successful are you? But really, you're not watching out for the pain they might be going through inside of them. You celebrate how beautiful the person is, how well dressed the person is, but inside of that person well dressed, is the person really well? We only celebrate what we see. You do not really go to the person to ask them, oh, what are you going through? What do you think you want to say to me? How can I help? Unhealed trauma shows up in everywhere. It shows up everywhere. You see that boss that is always angry for no reason, always shouting. It is years of bottled up emotions. Something must have happened to him or her that triggers that anger. I believe that people do not really hurt people because they want to hurt them. I believe it is trauma that causes this. Not because they intentionally want to hurt them, but years of unhealed trauma triggers all of this. Unhealed trauma also shows up in toxic relationships. Somebody must have told you some times ago, oh, you are wonderful. I cannot do without you. Without you, I'm nothing. And at the end of the day, you were hurt and you decided not to love again. That right there is trauma. You are telling yourself, does love truly exist? That right there is trauma. Some people are currently in relationships where one party is probably disrespecting the other or even abuse. But some people choose to stay right there. They stay in that toxic relationship because it feels familiar to them. You ask them, oh, why are you still in this relationship? Are you really happy? Is it worth it? And they'll tell you, oh, I love him. They are confusing the familiarity. I'm sure some of them must have grown up in an environment that is toxic. So being in that relationship, a toxic relationship, makes it familiar to them, and hence they are enduring the pain. And before you know it, you pass on the trauma to another generation, and it keeps repeating itself. I would like to say a short story. There was a father, a very hardworking father. He's loving, but he doesn't know how to show the love. He never told his children, I love you. I'm sure some of us are here that our father or our mother never opened their mouth to tell you, I love you. Of course, he provides for the house, but he never said those words, I love you. Then his children started feeling like maybe our father really didn't care. But deep down, he loved them. He doesn't just know how to show it. Now going back, the father in question grew up in an environment where you cannot express your feeling. He grew up having a father who taught them not to express their emotions, and hence he grew up to be the father who never said I love you. And that is how trauma is being passed from generation to generation. A new trauma also shows up in violence. You see some people, when they are hungry, they can scatter the whole place. You see them carrying TVs, they are breaking it, they are throwing phones, they are just destroying everywhere. Inside of them, there's a trauma that's not been healed, hence resulting into violence. Unhealed trauma also shows up in addiction. Addiction. You see some people, they are addicted with alcohol. If they don't take alcohol, they are not fine. But ask them, there's a trauma that has not been unhealed. They are using the addiction to cover up the pain. They are using the addiction to cover up the pain. I'll also say unhealed trauma shows up in fear of commitment. Maybe once upon a time, you've been committed to something, and at the end of the day, you were hurt. Hence, you do not want to commit. When you've not healed from a trauma, there's tendency or fear of commitment. Unhealed trauma also shows up in overworking. Overworking. You see some people, they work round the clock. You even ask them, do you rest at all? But really, they are overworking because they are trying to distract themselves from the pain they've gone through in the past. They see it as a way of being by themselves, not relating to other people because they are focused on work. I once worked in a place. This woman, I call her workaholic because I've not seen her sit down to say that she's resting. She's always everywhere. And she made sure that her staff are like her too. You sit down, you are in trouble. You don't get to sit. I'm sure, I don't know her story, but I'm very, very sure that she's traumatized. And she's passing on that trauma to another person. You don't get to relax. There was a day I felt sick at work. Of course you are sick, they will tell you to go home. Oh no, she didn't allow me. She said, you are just sick. Let's get her some drug. They didn't even get me the drug out of pity. She bought the drug and she told me the drug, she would remove the money in my salary from my salary. She gave me the drug. She even allowed me rest for 20 minutes. After 20 minutes, she woke me up. I'm sure you are fine now. Get back to work. Just like that. Get back to work. Up till date, I don't understand why she did that, but I'm sure that it's a trauma that she has not healed from. And she's channeling that into working overtime. Our new trauma shows up in emotional absence, emotional shutdown. Have you ever been with somebody that doesn't feel at all? They never feel. They've built a wall around themselves that even they themselves can't cross over that wall. Something might happen and everybody's just like, oh my God, this has happened. And they're just there acting like nothing happened. They don't feel. Emotional absence, emotional shutdown. That right there is unhealed trauma. Parents hurting children without meaning to. They don't mean to hurt the child, but they are truly. I know of a girl. She's 8 years old. In school, she's brilliant, very intelligent. But sometimes, when she's writing her exam, you just see her probably throw her pen out of anger, out of annoyance. She just throws the pen or she screams. You'll be like, okay, what's going on? So one day I called her and I asked her some questions. Now, she told me, oh, if she doesn't get the question right, her mother is going to beat her. She's in trouble. It's okay to make mistakes. Why will she beat you? She's always, then the girl said, she's always telling me, why can't I be like this child in the school? There's another child in the class that he is naturally intelligent in mathematics. And this girl in question, she's brilliant when it comes to English. But the mother will always compare her. Why can't you be like that boy? Does he have 2 heads? The constant repetition of that word is traumatizing the girl. Hence, is affecting her and showing in her work. She knows the question, but because she read it once and she could not figure out the answer, she's already panicking. But when you tell her to calm down, oh, take a deep breath, breathe out, breathe in, read the question again, then she will not realize she knows it. Why is she panicking? Why is she acting like that? Because of the words that have been said to her repeatedly. That's right there is trauma. And that's why I would say that we should always watch what we say to others. Because you never know the damage you are causing to the person with the choice of words you are using. You never know. You might just think you are talking, but to the person you are talking to, you are doing something, you are damaging something inside of them. It's just like you telling a child, you are too big. You are just eating and all the food, instead of you to do something else with your life, you are eating, hence you are growing fatter. You are affecting the child's confidence. And that's right there, if not taken care of, will turn to an unhealed trauma. I would like to say a story of a girl that was named Tola. People you always depend on Tola. Tola is loving, she's caring, you can depend on her. She doesn't say no. When you go to ask to her to ask for help, she will help you. But people did not know that Tola, while growing up, Tola was forced not to express herself. She was told to be strong. When she was 10 years old, she fell down and she hurt her knee so badly. Then she ran to her mother crying, "Oh, mommy, I just hurt my leg. Oh, it's paining me." And then the mother said, "Oh, it's just a small injury. You'll be fine. Stop crying." That did something to her. She learned to bottle up her emotions. She learned to stop crying when it's necessary. Fast forward to her university. Of course, she's intelligent. She's top of the class. Everyone knows her as that brilliant child. Until one day, in her room, she started feeling this heaviness in her chest. Not the one you will sleep over and then you are fine then after waking up. She had panic attack. Because over the years she has learned not to speak up when something is wrong with her. She has learned to bottle up her struggles. Of course, after the panic attack, she moved on with her life. She suppressed it and then she moved on. She showed up in class. People were asking her, "Oh, Tola, how are you?" She would usually say, "I'm fine." But that "I'm fine" became a lie because she's actually lying. She is not fine. But she would smile and say, "I'm fine." Until one day, a lecturer showed up in their class and he said, "How are you? Really?" That really hit her because it sounded different from the "how are you" she has always received from people. She got back to her room. She cried heavily. You ask me, nobody beats her. They only ask her, "How are you really?" Why is she crying? She's crying out years of unhealed trauma, and that is how healing starts. Healing can start it can start by just crying. You know, some people will be like, "Oh, why are you crying? You should be strong. Do not cry." Says who? We've normalized hiding pain. Do not cry. You are a man. You are the first child. What will your siblings feel? Why are you crying? We've normalized it, which is not supposed to be. She cried out, and that is the beginning of her healing process. Healing can start by going to therapy, by speaking to someone. Open up. And that's why I would say we should also be a listener. Somebody might want to speak to us. They don't even need our response. They just want to talk. But you are there on your phone. You are not listening. They will keep quiet. And that means you are not helping the person heal. Healing can also start when you realize that this hurts me, but I will not allow it to destroy me. Because there are some people that have turned evil because they were hurt in sometimes past. And that they are using it to project evil on the society. They are projecting that on the society because they did not heal. Healing is not forgiving people when you are not ready to forgive. It is when you admit that, oh, this person truly offended me. Take your time, think about it. And when you forgive that person, your healing will start. There was a girl who believed in love. She just wanted somebody to love her. She wanted somebody who will listen. She wanted somebody who would care for her and be genuinely there. And when she found the person, she felt fulfilled and accomplished. The relationship started. The guy will usually send her early morning voice notes. Oh, hi, beautiful. The guy will usually tell her, I love you, how she meant the world to him. But as time goes on, the constant calls reduced to checking up just 2 times in a week. Of course, she made excuses for the guy. Oh, maybe he's busy. He's working, I know. He will reach out to me when he's done. The guy started disrespecting her, talking down on her in public. She still made excuse for the guy. Maybe I overreacted. Maybe he meant nothing. She stayed in the relationship. Our friend, we ask her, are you happy in this relationship? She will tell them yes, but truly she's not happy. She stayed in the relationship while she was not happy. She endured it. Anytime she spoke about something, the guy would shout at her. But still she makes excuses for the guy. When love starts to hurt, she convinces herself that it's okay. When the respect fades, she adjusts instead of walking out of the relationship. But asking her questions of her past, she also grew up in that kind of family where her father would not respect her mother. Of course, she didn't want that for herself, but because it was familiar, she felt like maybe that's what love truly means. And hence, I would say, look deep down inside of you. Check yourself. What is that thing that has happened to me that I've not healed from? When you don't heal from a trauma, you project it on the society. It comes out in form of action. Hence, you being angry for no reason. Hence, you are being toxic. I also like to tell us a story of a man named Kule. Kule, as at 12 years old, is already battling with what adults battle with, which is responsibility. Himself, his mother, and his siblings. His father left, no proper goodbye, just silence. Kule told himself, while looking at his mother, that I will stand up for this family. I will become the man of the house. He started running errands just to make money. He would wash clothes for people. He was just doing all he could do to feed his family. Of course, no one told him to, but he just took on the responsibility. He doesn't want his mother and his other siblings to suffer. When people see him, people will usually say, oh, Kunle, you are a strong boy. At first, he felt so nice. But people never asked him how he was truly feeling on the inside. He's working so that he could feed his family. One day in class, he forgot his homework at home. And then the teacher called him to the front and shouted at him, are you lazy? What's the meaning of this? The teacher just started shouting at him. He stood there. He didn't say anything. He didn't even try to explain himself. Because he believed that your struggle doesn't matter to anyone. Nobody wants to listen to it. So he didn't even try to defend himself, that he was working out himself just to feed his mother. He just said, I'm sorry, it won't repeat itself again. Fast forward, many years later, Kule had his family in the house. Then his younger brother broke a plate. Just a plate. He shouted at the guy. Even his family members were surprised that where is this anger coming from? It's just a plate. He was even surprised and shocked at his behavior. Why did he shout? But this anger came from unhealed trauma. He grew up learning not to speak up or probably explain himself to people. He grew up trying to bottle all his feelings, his emotion by himself, hence projecting anger on someone over a little thing. Just a plate. But it wasn't just a plate. It was things that happened on the inside of him that came out as anger. I would like to conclude by saying healing from trauma is not just a personal work, it is the world work. When a person heals, a family heals. When a family heals, a society and a community heal. And when a community heals, the world heals. Raise a world that don't just survive, but the one that transforms it. With saying this, I would like to pass on the mic to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Nigerian. Good morning, School of Eloquence. Fine, thank you. How well are we familiar with our heritage? How well do we know about our heritage? Or we have suddenly forgotten where we came from because of our generation. A lot of people are no longer interested about where we came from because they feel like they are now in the modern world and our heritage doesn't really matter to us anymore. But I can say it is not true, because most of us, our identity is our heritage. My topic is embracing heritage and the culture and attire of the Idoma people. What is heritage? It is a cultural, historical, and natural legacy that is passed down from generation to present generation. And this heritage can be passed down orally, practical, or several ways. Now, this heritage can also be divided into two, which is tangible and intangible. Where intangible, we have the cultural, the building, the monument, the artifacts, the artwork, and as well archaeological sites. And intangible, we have, of course, our tradition, which matters to most of us. Oral history that is being passed down with words of mouth from generation to generation, because our language matters to us. Performing arts, rituals and festival, knowledge system and language. Now, I'm going to come back to this, but I want to discuss why our heritage matters to us. Why are some of us interested in our heritage? One, because of our identity. Who are you? Where are you from? Do you really know yourself? Can you really tell about your identity? Or because you're just born in Lagos State, you feel you are from Lagos State and all your life you cycled around Lagos State? Do you take time to appreciate your identity and your heritage? It is important that we identify ourselves so that we can find our roots in our cultural identity. My heritage matters to me. Your heritage matters to you. Because it is through your identity that people will appreciate you and where you are coming from and the value that attached to it. And then we can also say because of educational purpose. Now most children are no longer interested in the history. So it is through education that some of them will get to know about their identity. If you are in Lagos State, in school, whether you are Yoruba, you are Igbo, you are Hausa, or you are from other tribe, you must learn Yoruba language as a subject. If you are an Igbo and you are in East, of course, you will have Igbo language as a subject. And if you are from the North, or if you are schooling in the North, you must learn the Hausa as a subject. It is through that medium that some people that are not part of this language can be able to learn or tell about the culture of other people or other tribe. Educational purpose, and it is very important. And then we also have the other one, preservation of language. Are we just going to abandon our language because we now know how to communicate in English language? Like a lot of children now cannot even speak their language. They'll be like, it's not compulsory. It is. Because there are sometimes our parents who want to talk to us in a language that they don't want other people to understand, and then they can't really express themselves because children no longer understand their language. And I can't blame them because they were not born there and you don't expect them to learn it magically. Some parents don't really take their time to speak that language to their kids. Of course, they go to school and they teach them in English. What about in the house? They can learn English language in school. Teach them your own language. Teach them that dialect at home. Let them appreciate where they are coming from. So that at the end of the day, you will not give excuse, I wasn't born there. Because I am not born in Lagos. I don't understand Yoruba. Because I wasn't born in the North, I cannot speak Hausa. So if you cannot speak your language, what then is your identity? And then you see some people, they will be very shy to speak their language. Most especially where I'm coming from. You meet some people and you will greet Mwachisa and they will turn their face like, what is this one saying? Because they don't want to identify with their own people. But there is something I appreciate so much about the Yorubas. When I came, I saw that even if it's one person, the person must make a comment in Yoruba that you must definitely know that these people, this person is a Yoruba person. They must speak it. Even if they are trying to like caution themselves that I must not really say it here, I don't want people to know. They will say something that you have to ask them, you are Yoruba? And actually, I like it. Because even in my PPA, you see my proprietor talking, and at the end of the day, there is something I've learned. Is it, there is something you used to say, Oluwa, something. And like, so is it Jesoluawa? That one has become this. I don't know the meaning. But Jesolu. Every time, like Jesolua, at the end of every speech, you will hear whether he's talking to an official person, whether it's staff meeting. At the end of every speech, you will hear Jesoluawa. And it's actually interesting because that is his identity, promoting his language. And then you get to see that people want to really study about, like, what's the meaning? I want to know the meaning. Maybe like a white man will come here now and hear Jesoluawa. It's not the normal English. Still, what is Jesoluawa? By the time they listen, they hear the meaning, they'll be like, okay, tomorrow they'll tell you Jesoluawa. You start promoting, but you know, you can say that already you are promoting that language. So that is our identity. We shouldn't trash it because we are now acting like, yes, we are Tush people. We're in the modern world. We have to speak English. English is not my language. I am an Idoma girl and I will keep speaking it. Anywhere I see an Idoma person, of course I will greet Umachi as good morning. Then it also helps us to understand the present by learning from the past. It helps us to understand the present by learning from the past. How do you understand the present when you don't even know about the past? Do you want to form your own identity right here? It has to come from the past. We learn from people that came before us. They learn from people that were existing before them. And also we have to keep passing it on to generation to other generation. Our ways of behavior, the way we speak, their ethics, their norms, rules and regulation, all of that. So we bring it to the present so that we can be able to promote our identity through the way we act. Moral and ethical responsibility. Now, some people will tell you, they will do something and they'll be like, I don't care. Why won't you care? Why won't you care? Of course you will care, because you don't own yourself actually. You see, this word like, I don't care what people think about me, is a lie. You care, because your attitude here will define you outside. The way you act here will define you outside. And so you have to be cautious, like you have to manage the way you talk, the way you speak. Your ethical responsibility, it is your responsibility to behave in a way that, of course, the society has like accepted. You must not be like a poison to the society through your behavior. So you definitely have to care about what people will say. Of course, 99%, I'm not talking about the critic aspect when they will tell you, hey, you're supposed to dress like this, you're supposed to walk like this, no, not that. I mean responsibility. ethical responsibility. Because if it is in your rules and regulation of don't kill, and then you said I will kill, I don't care what people will say, you will go to jail, because of course you have to care. So let's go to some of these intangible and tangible heritage, and I will be speaking on one of it, like the cultural attire of the Idoma people. You know, when I tell people that, of course, I came from the north, I live there, but I am from the middle belt, Benue State, food basket of the nation. When I tell them, they'll be like, what tribe are you? I said, I told them, like, are you Igbo? I'll say no. Are you Edo? No. Are you, so what then are you? I'll be like, I'm an Idoma girl. Idoma. From where? So they don't even know about it. Some people grew up to know that, okay, the major tribe in Nigeria is the Yoruba, the Hausa, and then the Igbo. So other tribe, they don't really, in fact, I was even talking to someone and he was like, that one you are explaining is not my business, so all I know is that I will still shift you under the Igbo. I said, I'm not Igbo. I have my own identity. Of course, I didn't argue with her, but I didn't accept it. So the Idoma people of Benue State are a vibrant ethnic group known for their rich cultural heritage, hospitality, and warrior history. Very vibrant people. And also their culture centered around respect for ancestors, like the Aleku. The Aleku, they hold great respect to the Aleku. Of course, I'm a Christian, but I don't have to throw out my identity. And I will tell you a little about the Aleku spirit of the Idoma people, which might actually interest you, but I feel to some extent is kind of biased to the female. The Idoma people believe so much in the spirit called the Aleku, which they believe guide and also protect the land and the people. And when it comes to their ethics, their norms, there are some certain things that you are not supposed to do as an Idoma person or as a lady married to an Idoma person. For example, whether you are an Idoma girl or you are from other tribe and you are married to an Idoma man, you must not in any way by mistake cheat in your husband's house, because if you do, the Aleku will come for you. The Aleku is the spirit. Yeah, exactly, that's why I said it's a kind of bias, but I don't know, maybe I'll have to still ask questions about it. So, like, not just cheat, like you must not accept gifts from another male friend. If you must accept, then you have to let your husband know about it. You will know, because as you're coming, they will definitely tell you about them. You can't just marry into the Idoma family without having the orientation. You have to let him know.
How would the spirit know?
Of course, that is why he's called spirit, supernatural power. Yes, please.
What if the man was dead? Probably both of them are old enough, so one of them, probably the man died.
Okay.
So the lady can still not collect it from that.
No, you can remarry, or you can actually, of course, he's no longer alive, so you can accept the gifts.
So the spirit you are talking about, I don't understand. If the person died, is dead.
Okay?
That still applies.
Of course.
It still applies.
Of course.
Who is not that person?
He's a supernatural being, so I don't know about spirits. Okay?
Does it happen only in the
It doesn't happen only in the village. As far as you are an Idoma person, you are anywhere. Okay. You are an Idoma person, you have an Idoma blood. So definitely that is your identity. Okay.
What if the person was not giving birth to in the Roman state, that particular state?
That is why I said you see.
Please, I want to break something down there.
Okay.
So, probably the father is an Idoma and Idoma is not another state. So what do you think about that?
Yes. Okay.
Another state, not your state.
Okay. So it's not. That's why I said if you are a female getting married to an Idoma man, right? They must have tell you about them. And then it is left for you to accept it or not. You are getting married to an Idoma man. Let me say something. I'm not done with that aspect.
Okay,
Now, if a lady gets to cheat and her husband knows about it, but choose to keep quiet, probably because of love or because he doesn't want to kind of raise issue, the man will die. Yes. Exactly, a Gen Z. That is why you don't have to forget that you are from somewhere. Heritage, your identity. What is your identity?
How can you keep accepting such identity? We are in like a new age. So women are supposed to be what?
So are you going to, because you are in the modern world, are you going to trash out your identity?
Who say trashing our identity? People like you that are into archaeology and stuff, they're the ones that are supposed to be out there talking about these things. This thing shouldn't exist. It is not right.
It is a supernatural being. I can't go against the gods. I never believe in it. I just have to study it. Okay, thank you, ma. So, the Aleku is also known for its protection of the society. And also, for example, you cannot do something to harm a fellow Idoma person, because if you do, definitely they will tell you the Aleku will come for you too. So it is not just cheating, women or husband cheating, outside collecting of gifts or outside cheating. There are other things that are attached to the Aleku, because they are there to protect and to guide and also to enforce respect among the culture. So let's go to their festival and dance. Their festival and dance. Now, their dance is known as, I think some of their dance is called the Ogirinya or the Sabada, that they demonstrate with all their energy to express happiness. And also they have the festival called the Ejaleku, of course known as the New Yam Festival, where no one is allowed to go to their farm, and they are meant to like celebrate that day for New Yam Festival. I used to ask my mother, what if I go to farm on that day, what will happen to me? And then she will tell me a story that if you go to the farm, you must see Aleku. Of course, I want to see Aleku, but they will not allow me to go. Because I have so many questions I want to ask Aleku. I don't know. They say it's a spirit. So if I go to farm on that festival day, I will see Aleku. And I want to ask Aleku so many questions. And I really wish I can just maybe come across him or her, I don't know, one day. So about their food, if you come across the Idoma people, definitely you know about their food. They are known for a soup called the Okoho, very slimy and combined with pounded yam. Of course, food basket of the nation. What do you expect? Very delicious actually. But if you don't know how to eat it, you make a mess of yourself. Then their marriage and their bride. You know, after their marriage, their bride don't just walk to their husband home. They will have to accompany her with some of her friends and maybe some elderly women. And she doesn't just walk down. She's meant to dance with pride and happiness down to her husband's home. Because that is actually a beginning of a new life for her. So she's meant to be happy. So let's talk little about their attire. The attire was created in 1989. A unique one actually, that if you actually see that particular attire, you know that this person is either an Idoma person or related to an Idoma person or married to an Idoma person. You see red and black. Very unique one. It's not everyone that uses it, so you can easily identify that attire. And they usually use it during ceremonies, festival, rituals, wedding like marriage, of course traditional marriage and other gathering of Idoma meeting. And the Idoma attire, the symbol signify the strength, identity, unity, and of course the rich earth. You know, they are farmers, so they'll definitely bring in the rich earth. It is a hand woven, originally made from locally grown cotton, and it is usually like with a vertical stripes and band. The Idoma people are wonderful people and very unique culture. They don't have to hide themselves when they are putting on their attire, because anyone could easily identify that attire because it is actually a very unique one. Of course, I don't really have much to say about this particular one, but I'm definitely going to come back again to talk about the Aleku spirit. My name is Ame Enebo Angela. My heritage, my culture, my tradition is my identity. Thank you. And I will be passing on the mic to the next speaker.
Can we appreciate our Idoma speaker once again? I'm sure we've all learned one or two things from her. The way she pronounced that Jisululu keeps ringing in my head. So I'm going straight into what I'll be talking about. I prepared a topic before, but I had a discussion with someone yesterday that made me change my topic. Today I'll be speaking about the pressure of the firstborn pressure. The firstborn pressure. Before I start speaking, I'm sure most of us will remember this intro of this movie. In the land of myth, in the time of magic, the destiny of a great kingdom rests on the shoulder of a young man. What's his name? Merlin. That's like the reality of every firstborn at the moment, especially in our nation, Nigeria. The destiny of a great kingdom rests on their shoulders. And we all know with great power comes what? Great responsibility. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. Yeah, you said no by force, but we all know the reality is once you have given birth to as the first in every family, automatically you step into the position of leadership. either you want it or not, automatically you become the example, you become the pathfinder, you become the pace setter, you become the role model, which you didn't ask for, but you have to carry on. And today I'll be using one particular example which we are celebrating at the moment. That's Jesus Christ, the firstborn of all creation. That's Jesus. We all know we are in the season of his death, his burial, and his resurrection. So we'll be examining his life a bit and relating it to the pressures of what firstborn are going through. So number one challenge, early responsibility. I'm sure most of us can attest to that. I personally, my parents growing up, they were civil servants. They worked in Ekiti State. We lived in Ondo State. By age 5, 6, I could cook rice, which to some people it doesn't look normal, right? Why we cooking rice at age 5 and 6? By that age 5 and 6, I had a sister already. They go in the morning, they come back in the evening. So I had to like look for a way to step up. Yes, that's the word. Step up, step in, take responsibility. Looking at the example of Jesus, we all know what the first story that brought us to the knowledge of Jesus Christ. That's at the age of 12, when they went to the temple with his parents. What happened? While leaving the temple, after his parents had journeyed for some days, that's when they observed, where is Jesus Christ? They were like, oh, Jesus is not here. That's when they went back to the temple and they found Jesus sitting with the elders learning. At that age 12, was it not too early for him to start learning? Let's reason it together. You'll be like, age 12, he and his friends, they should be on the streets, running around, playing ball. Yes, exactly. Turning tires around the streets. But then Jesus was at the temple at age 12, learning about his future. And we all know what, even before he was giving birth to, the pressure was there. The angels announced him. He was worshipped by the 3 wise men. A king was looking for him to kill him. So even at the point of birth, we could see there was responsibility on him already. The pressure was there before he even grew into stature. So it's also the same with every firstborn at this in our age right now. Every firstborn has this pressure of taking responsibility. In fact, your parents will tell you your siblings are looking up to you. You have to pick up on time. You have to be the model at which they look up to. Number 2, fear of failure. You know, the speaker that spoke about trauma, it was as if she read my mind. She was saying a lot of key points. Trauma, fear of failure. This man, Olushola Pisho, he spoke about failure. He said, failure should not be avoided, but rather it should be embraced. Because from failure, you learn mistakes. You make mistakes, and from your mistakes, you learn how to get better. From the failure of others, we can also learn. Someone fell at this point, don't go there, take the other way. But if, as firstborns, we are told, don't make mistakes because of your siblings that are coming after you, how do you do that? So every step you take, the thought is there, I must not make a mistake. I must not do this, I must not do that. And the pressure goes both ways, both male and female. So long as you're a firstborn, the pressure is always there. And this fear of failure sometimes limits us from taking steps, taking actions as firstborns. Because you think, if I do this and it doesn't work out, what will my parents think? And what will happen to those that are coming behind me? We saw Jesus at the Garden of Gethsemane, when the Bible recorded that he prayed, God, if possible, let this cup pass over me. Lord. It was like, Lord, let this cup pass over me. But we saw God strengthen him and he came through. Number 3 is strong one syndrome. I'm sure we are all familiar with this. You must be the strong one in the family as the firstborn. Growing up, and this strong one syndrome it will start with you getting a lot of beating. Why? You must be the strong one. So they must inculcate into you the habit of being strong. So you are like the trial version of their parenting and the test version of how to raise children. So they want to get it right with you. So in so doing, they are making you stronger per se. But at that moment, you getting strong, you begin to, like the speaker that spoke on trauma, you begin to build a wall round about yourself. In the process of getting strong, sometimes you might show down emotions. Sometimes you can you play down your weaknesses and you want to focus on your strengths. Why not just focusing on your strengths, playing out on your weaknesses? You begin to like you give more value to your strengths and you will not work on your weaknesses. So while doing this, the people behind you are always seeing your strong points, but they don't know how you are suffering inside. Again, we saw Jesus and his disciples. He has been telling them, I'm the savior, I'm the one that will die for you. I will take generational sins and I will do all this, do all that. But we saw him at the Garden of Gethsemane still crying, Lord, I need strength. Imagine his disciples saw him at that moment. Our strong Lord, our savior. He's crying. He prayed to the extent that his sweat were like droplets of blood. So you can imagine the strong one still having weak moments. And I'm sure a lot of firstborns can actually relate to that. Everyone is looking at you at, our strong brother, our strong sister. There's nothing you want, she will do it. But whereas they don't know, inside you are dying. You are dying inside. You need support, emotionally and otherwise. Another challenge is carrying family dreams. You know, growing up, my dad was in the science class. My mom too was science. So automatically, growing up, you must be a science student. I also know of a family, mom and dad were lawyers. Firstborn, you'll be tending towards that part because that's what you can see, and clearly they want you to carry on the family legacy. Or imagine a politician, I don't want to mention him, he has been governor, he has been this, he has been that. His firstborn steps up. He too wants to ride on his father's wings and enter into politics. That's just it. Or a businessman that he has built an empire. Of course, he'll be expecting his firstborn to like continue the legacy. So, as a firstborn, one of the pressure is carrying family dreams. People are waiting for you to succeed. People are waiting for you to. I also heard of this situation whereby parents, dreams that they could not achieve, they tend to project it on the firstborn or the other children. But of course, the firstborn will be the first impact of that projection. So imagine a father that wanted to be a lawyer but went to school, Nigeria educational system, they gave him BizAdmin, or they gave him library information studies. So definitely he want to push his child to accomplish that dream. There's this example my dad always told us about. There's this man, he wanted to become a doctor but he couldn't achieve it. So he pushed his firstborn, that's his son, all the way to study that medicine. So after getting the certificate, he gave it to his dad. He was like, Dad, this for you. This for you, this not for me. It was like, I want to do music. You see, after spending millions, all my millions, after spending a lot of money, you want to do music. It was like, no, this was your dream that you projected to me. Now I've achieved it for you. Let me go and face let me chase my own dream. Truthfully, that's a lot of firstborn actually face that. In all honesty, we carry projections of dreams, aspirations, career goals from our parents. probably the ones they couldn't achieve, and we carry them to run into life. And the funny thing, like the trauma speaker said, the funny thing is, if you don't get help, you yourself, you also project the trauma to your own children. So it becomes a transgenerational issue if it doesn't get resolved. So what solution can be? What solution can we prefer to this? Number one, you must know you are human and not a machine. Using the example of Jesus Christ, even when Jesus carried the cross, we know at some point who carried the cross for him? Joseph. So if our Lord Jesus Christ could be helped, who are you as a firstborn that you don't want to ask for help? Someone will say firstborns, they don't like asking for help. Why? Because you have been built up to be the strong one, isn't it? So it's not you used to ask for help, but but most firstborns, they find it hard to ask for help. For you to open up to someone like, I need help in this area, I need help in this, is quite hard. You say last born. The truth is, firstborn are what? That's it. We are in high percentage in that category of not always asking for help. You say lastborn. If you know my lastborn has been disturbing me. So, if Jesus could ask for help, who are you as a lastborn not to ask for help? Number two, like we said, make mistakes. Someone said mistake is have this attitude or thinking about mistake, failing forward. When you say failing forward, some people see mistake as setback. Though it might be a setback, but when you take lessons from mistake, somehow you've gotten past that stage where you made a mistake. So you've already moved ahead without you knowing. So let's have this mindset of if I make mistake, it's not a setback, but rather I'm failing forward. I'm moving forward. Another solution is setting boundaries. Learning how to say no. As I'm saying this thing, me myself, I'm thinking about it. Because sometimes it's not easy to say no. Especially to loved ones, family members. You say last boss. You know, recently, my mom called me. She was like, my son, you know the normal way they will whine you. My son, how are you? How are you doing? That's when I remembered it was salary week. Oh. She was like, hey, my son, how are you? Remember that our discussion? Oh, okay, this, that. Not long after, my last one called me. Chairman, Odogu. She was like, she started hailing me, she started whining me. Hey. My second sister that stays with me, she was like, this, that. And as God we have it, I have 3 sisters. I have 3 sisters. So, how will you say no? But sometimes, you just have to say no. Sometimes, it's not easy. It's easier said than done. That's just the truth. There was a time last month, I was so overwhelmed. I had to put off my phone for an entire day. But though I didn't put it off for work, because I work in a hybrid way. So that day I was working from home. So I didn't attend to any call. I didn't attend to any message. I just had to shut down. So as firstborns, we need to learn how to set boundaries, how to say no. But this thing that I'm saying is easier said than done. You see, when your mom will call you and say, if not that I did not carry you for 9 months, if it's not that you sucked my breast, hey! You know, there are some ways, and sometimes it's valid. There are valid reasons. You see, your mom that carried you for 9 months, that the 9 months changed body system. You see, recently I saw this post about someone that gave birth and she got blind postpartum symptoms. Imagine your mom using that on you, and then you think about it. How will you say no? How will you say no? Or is it when your last born of your family reaches out to you and she's using that teary eye? She's looking at someone that has placed you here. She now asks you for something, and you don't want your PR to fall. But still, at the same time, always see expectations of extended family, uncles, aunties, especially on the firstborn. I remember in my final years back in school, there was a day one of my aunts called me. That day she spent 2 to 3 hours on the call. Huh? She spent almost 2 hours with me on the call, if not more than. What were we talking about? Yeah, your finals now. You'll be going out there. Your parents are depending on you. Your siblings are depending on you. And as God will have it, I'm also the first grandchild in the family. So, and I think if I look at the grandchildren family tree, we should be getting towards 15 now. Getting towards 15. So, so you can see, firstborn. Huh? I'm not yet married. Of course. Of course. Of course. So you can see where boundaries needs to come into place. Learning how to say no. So that day we were on that call for like almost 2 hours. She was telling me this, telling me that, telling me this, telling me that. Advice. Me that in my final year I was looking for money to do projects. Oh yeah, after all this advice, drop money. No. But that's what most firstborn actually face. Pressure of being a firstborn. I was searching through the scripture, and we could see that Jesus did not actually heal everybody. Did he? He didn't. Imagine Jesus wanted to heal everybody. Will he have any time to rest? I'm sure he will perform a miracle every second. Everyone will keep coming at him. That he will not even have time to rest. He will not even have time to pray himself. So as firstborn, we need to learn how to set boundaries. We need to learn how to say no. Another solution is sharing responsibility, delegating tasks. As a firstborn with three ladies after me, it wasn't easy delegating tasks and leaving it be. Even after I delegate tasks, I'm still there to oversee, even to do it most times, because they are ladies. You say, what do I mean? Of course, delegating tasks to ladies, especially younger, I'm saying younger ones now, permit me. So younger ones, you still have to oversee the tasks. You still, sometimes you end up doing it yourself. So as firstborn, in fact, I know a lot of firstborns that rather than delegate tasks, they will do it themselves. This wears them out. This causes stress and all. So using Jesus as an example, he had 12 disciples. He had a support system that he could delegate tasks to. He had a community where tasks could easily be shared. So as firstborn, we need to pick up the habit of delegating tasks. And when you delegate tasks, believe in the people that you delegated it to, that they will deliver and they will do it. Another solution is speaking up. I think when the trauma speaker was talking about that, it just resonated with what I was speaking on. Speaking up, opening up. A lot of we firstborn, we don't open up easily to anybody. Why? As a result of being the strong one. We've been built up, bottle your emotions, build a wall round about yourself. You can do all things through Christ that strengthens. It might sound funny, but that's the reality. That's the reality. It is not easy to open up. It is not easy to tell people about what you go through, which somehow in people's face makes you look like a Superman. It makes you look like Merlin. You can do everything. You have the solution to every problem. Just tell him, he will give the solution. There was one day my mom reached out to me. She was like, I can't open my Instagram. I was like, you're in Ondo State, I'm in Lagos State. You're calling me, you cannot open your Instagram. So they believe as the firstborn, you have the solution to everything. You are the Superman, you are the backbone. You can do all things, you can do everything. That's strength. So as firstborns, we also need to speak up. Speak out. Not bottling emotions till when it becomes a burden and then you just burst. And they are not like, is this our brother? Is this our sister? What happened? Where has this side of you been all this while? But they will not know that it has been pent up emotion baggages that be building up. That at that time just burst. And finally, when our Idoma speaker was talking, she was hell-bent, she was adamant, she was hammering identity. Identity. That's another point that I have. Identity. In philosophy, there's this saying, man, know thyself. What does it mean? Know yourself. As a firstborn, know the kind of person that you are. Know your personality. With that, you'll be able to know what you can accommodate, what you don't take, and let people also know about this your identity. My younger ones, growing up, I didn't really beat them, but they know once I give you this look, once I look at you like this, you know that African mother way of bombastic side eye. That's the word. When your mom looks at you, or when your mom say, "Eat it now," don't worry, eat it. Oh, mommy, I should eat it. Yes, eat it. And then you go ahead to eat it. We all know what will happen. So, know your identity. Man, know thyself. We also Jesus, after the baptism, what happened? The dove descended upon him, and God said, "This is my beloved son, in whom I am well pleased." So Jesus already knew his identity from that moment onward. So he knew what to do, he knew what to accommodate, and he knew what not to accommodate. So this is to all firstborns out there. Use Jesus as your template. There's no better template at shouldering the responsibility, the burdens of this firstborn position than Jesus did. He shouldered the responsibility of carrying the world's sins. And I believe if we look at his life as a template for us, instead of you being the template of others, by being strong alone, by not opening up, but taking tips from the life of Jesus, I believe every one of us will be able to navigate the pressures of firstborn. And we can see Jesus made firstborn look so easy. Yes, he made it look so easy, like he was carrying. You know how many people were leaning on Jesus? His disciples were there, people looking for miracles. The Pharisees and Sadducees were coming after him, but Jesus was still standing strong. And it's like nothing happened. He didn't shake, he didn't happy. But then he was always asking for strength from the Father. So this is every firstborn. Learn how to open up, especially first to God, because he's the only one that can answer all your problems. Who do you want to open up to about some problems that you go through? Is it your mom or your father or your dad that's also depending on you? Or is it the siblings or societal expectations that are also on you? So the first person we need to speak up and open up to is God. Then having a community of trusted friends. Having a community that will help us greatly. I believe we'll be able to learn one or two things, and with that I'll be passing on the mic to the other speaker.
Thank you very much. That was an interesting one. Good morning, Nigeria and the world. My name is Oluwagbemisola Hana Ogumefu, and I am Nigerian. I am Nigerian. 3 simple words, but they carry the burden of history the vibrancy of culture, and the fire of resilience. I am Nigerian. Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie once said, "Identity is a story. We tell ourselves stories in order to live." And she was right. She was very right. Because being Nigerian is not just a nationality, it is a story. It's a story that is written in colors, in rhythm, in contradictions, in chaos, in beauty, in strength, and in survival. I am Nigerian. It is not a story that you can just read. No, you don't only read it. You actually live it. You feel it. You embody it. You become a part of it. Today I am here to tell you a story behind the 3 words, I am Nigerian. Let's first look at our heart. Being Nigerian is refusing to be ordinary. When a Nigerian enters into a room, everything shifts. It's not because we are loud, of course. But then it's because we carry a kind of spirit that refuses to be dampened. We laugh loudly. We argue passionately. We love deeply. We hustle hard. We survive fiercely. We dream boldly. Someone once made the joke some time ago and said, "You're asking me how many years of experience I have." Being a Nigerian, I am the number of my years old experienced. That is the number of years I have experienced. And that's because being a Nigerian, you can survive anywhere. There's even a joke that if you enter a country and you don't see a Nigerian, something is wrong with that country. Our humor appears even when life is breaking down. You hear it in our words. It go better. Ogadima. We move. No wahala. I go make them. You hear it. You see it in our actions. We don't just speak hope. We embody it as a nation. Because being Nigerian is carrying a fire that refuses to be quenched. Being Nigerian is carrying a resolution that refuses to be broken. That despite all odds, we will stand and not fall. Even in suffering, we make jokes. You see us make songs, make memes out of our tragedies. That is our never give up attitude. I am Nigerian. I am 250 stories embedded into one. 500 languages plus, but coined into just one story. I am Nigerian. You see that in Yoruba's elegance. Our proverbs, rich in wisdom and in culture. You see that in our owambes and our rounded gele. You see that in the way we greet and in the way we love. Even though I don't know you, Omo Iya mi lo jẹ́, you are my brother. I am Nigerian. You see that in Igbo symbolism, their kola nut tradition. The Igbos will say, Ojina so Igbo. I hope I got that right. The kola nut does not understand English. But when you go into any Igbo man's home, the first thing they'll welcome you with is the kola nut. That's a camaraderie that is unbroken. I am Nigerian. You see that in Hausa's pageantry. They're beautifully striped horses. They're wonderful cultures and tradition. The diversity even in their food. A speaker came up earlier to talk about the Idoma people, the food basket of the nation. And she spoke about all the beautiful things about the Idomas, including the identity. This is who I am. I am Nigerian. Despite the diversity, despite the ups and downs, I am still Nigerian. In our food, when it comes, is it the amala, the ewedu and the gbegiri, the afan soup, the oha, miyan kuka? I am Nigerian. Our food travel all around the world. If you get to a country that has no Nigerian restaurants, check it well. There must be a place where they sell Nigerian dry food. And not just that you will see only Nigerians dining there. Even the people of the world come in to taste our delicacies. Our food is a statement all around the world. I am Nigerian. Our culture. You see, the people of the world want to wear our ashoke. And they're now even trying to replicate it. That's the beauty of Nigeria. When you give a white man Ankara, ashoke, or you even give them adire to wear, you see them grow wings and practically fly. They feel like royalty. Oh, I'm wearing the agbada. I am Nigerian. Is it in our art? From ancient traditions, our art, the Bini art, the bronze head, the knot cultures, the lie all around the world. I am Nigerian. Because our art is beautiful. Our creativity runs deep. Is it in the sense of our community? No matter how much things have changed, and now we no longer try to follow how we started, where we say it takes a community to build a child. In our own subtle ways, you still see it happen. I take pride in saying that Nigeria is the most accommodating country anywhere in the world. Come to Nigeria, be stranded, ask for help. People will still help you. I stand to say that, yes. Be stranded, ask for help. People will still come to your aid. Despite that now, a lot of people are being skeptical because of a lot of things happening. But even in the skepticism, even if it is one-minded or half-minded, help will still find you. I am Nigerian. That's our community. Our beautiful festivals. The Ojude Festival. The Argungu Fishing Festival. The New Yam Festival. The Osho Shogbo Festival. These are festivals that are attended by people from all around the world. They come to share in our heritage and our history. They come to bask in the colorfulness and the richness of our traditions. I am Nigerian. Is it that music I want to talk about? Music. Nigerian music is turning around. Is rewriting the history around the world. Now we hear about Afrobeats being awarded at the Grammys. And now some countries are even trying to contend about who owns Afrobeats. Sorry to burst your bubble. It belongs to us. And we take it with our full chest. Afrobeats from Nigeria to the world. You see Nigerian music, our Afro pop. If it has not been played, even on the international stage, the list is not complete. You throw in a Burna Boy song or even a Davido song, and even the whitest of the whites begin to shake their heads. Our dance. The Asians, the Americans, the Europeans, everyone around the world, they dance to our rhythm. They learn our dance steps. They identify with the spirit of being Nigerian. Who am I to deny my heritage when others are even identifying with it? I am Nigerian. Our movies. We see Nollywood rise from the lowest of the lows, creating an empire out of nothing. You talk about the top music industries in the world. If Nollywood is not mentioned, that list is incomplete. We see our movies changing the history, rewriting the narrative all around the world. I am Nigerian. As Nigerians, we walk around with layers, several layers of identity that make us complex, beautiful, and impossible to duplicate. We carry a culture and a spirit that cannot be photocopied, because photocopy go easy. It can't be done. As a Nigerian, I carry history. History that is all, or the Benin bronze that lies in museums all around the world. I am Nigerian. History that runs deep as the Oyo political system. Or is it the Kanem Bono Empire that is older than most European states? The Sokoto Caliphate with their scholarship and their governance. Our history runs deep. It is not primitive. No, it isn't. So I will not let anyone to talk me down or to rubbish my heritage. Our history is sophisticated. It is not lost. It is alive. Yes, it is. As a Nigerian, we have been powerful long before colonial lines were drawn. Much longer before colonial lines were drawn. Before the legacy of the world began to even study our ancestors. Long before then, our ancestors have been creating. They have been ruling. They have been inventing. And they have been dreaming. Yes, I am Nigerian. I am Nigerian because of the diverse land that is under my feet. Just in my nation, you will find the savanna, the mangroves, the waterfall, the plateaus, the Sahels, the diversity of our landscape, the richness of our vegetation. Is it the Ikogosi warm spring that we want to talk about? Or the Zuma rock? Or the Olumo rock? Or the Obudukatu ranch? I am Nigerian. Our geography is not just physical. It is emotional. It shapes the way we speak, the way we think, the way we eat, the way we dress, even in the jokes we make. It shapes our identity. I am Nigerian. The richness of our soil, the fullness of our water bodies. Yes. These are all that make us who we are. I am Nigerian. I am Nigerian because I carry creativity like the oxygen. We do not just create, we destruct. Look at the world today. When our dean was speaking earlier, he spoke about during the COVID-19 and doctors had to attend to him. They were Nigerians. Look around the world. We have the best of the best people in the top and the topmost places of the world. Former Minister of Trade, the creatives, the likes of Ngozi Chimamanda Adichie, the likes of Chino Achebe, the likes of Cyprian Ekwensi, the likes of Fela Anikulapo Kuti, the likes of Wole Soyinka, the likes of Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. We have so many people, and I can keep on mentioning and mentioning and mentioning. Even the late Dora Akunyili. Nigerians doing exploits. Our tech bros running things in the Silicon Valley. mention any area, any sphere of influence, and you will see Nigerians doing exploits. Our dance go viral. Our jokes circulate the world. Our movies are there rewriting our stories. Our memes are being shared all around the world. Our language are even being embedded in the dictionary. Our language is being studied. You see the white man singing in Yoruba language. You see them learning the Igbo language. You see people paying a lot to learn even the Pidgin language. I am Nigerian. Because as a Nigerian, our creativity is unstoppable. I am Nigerian because I understand what it means to respect. Not just in what I say, but in the way I do it. I honor my elders, yes. As a Nigerian, yes, we do honor our elders. A speaker spoke about greeting. As a Yoruba person, I am taught and trained to greet you at every instance. And I am not just taught to greet you, I am taught to greet you politely. I am taught to speak with you, speak to you in a polite manner. I am taught to respect you as much as I also respect myself. I am Nigerian. I remember some time ago, someone was speaking to me and it was obvious it was a scammer. But I was surprised at myself that I was still speaking calmly. Even though he was trying to scam me, and I knew he was trying to scam me. And I was still like, okay, thank you so much. But I wouldn't be interested. And everyone around me was like, somebody that you would just... I'm like, sorry, that's not who I am. I wasn't brought up to fight back a madman. You want to go down into the gutters? Sorry, you have to go alone. You won't drag me with you. I am Nigerian. I was brought up to respect my elders. I was brought up to respect even the ones younger than me. Respect is our very first language. As a Nigerian, we protect families. Because that's our heritage. We believe in community. That's our structure. We celebrate loudly. Even the world knows what is called Owambe. Even if they cannot exactly tell you the literal meaning, they know Owambe signifies the parties because we party hard. We party loudly. We celebrate weddings, celebrate birthdays, celebrate achievements. Even the littlest of all things, we celebrate them loudly. I am Nigerian. We mourn together. We cry together. We pray together. We fall together. And we rise together. Because we understand our values. That it's these values that hold us together, even when the system is failing us. I am Nigerian. The Nigerian spirit is not one that is taught in the classroom. No, it can't be taught in a classroom. It can only be absorbed. The former speaker spoke about how you grew up in a family and naturally, especially as the first child, you know that you need to step up. You need to embody the spirit. You need to take charge. It can't be taught in the classroom. No. You see the Nigerian spirit in the young man in Computer Village who knows how to market one product in 4 different ways. I once heard of a story online about a guy that had issues with his iPhone. Took it to Apple company. They told him it couldn't be fixed, that it was damaged. Took it to another person, another fixer, a technician abroad. They still couldn't fix it. Then he just kept the phone with him. And then he came to Nigeria for a vacation and he was just like, oh, let me just try Computer Village. And the guys in Computer Village took it and it was perfect. These are guys that might not have even been in the 4 walls of a classroom. But because of the never say no Nigerian spirit, because of the we die there Nigerian spirit, it is either it's a go big or go home for us. Because even if our systems are failing us, we refuse to fail ourselves. And despite all the negativities around us, we chose to rise above it all. That's the Nigerian spirit. I am Nigerian. You see the Nigerian spirit in a woman running over 4 businesses just to make ends meet and take care of her children. You see the Nigerian spirit in a student combining class and side hustles. You see the Nigerian spirit in a student that has to study with candles because our NEPA cannot be depended upon. And they have refused to take that as an excuse for failure. I am Nigerian. Because as Nigerians, we choose to wake up. We choose to choose hope. We choose to choose survival. We choose to choose faith. We choose to choose tomorrow. Because even though our country is not perfect, it is alive. It is loud. It is chaotic. It is beautiful. It is frustrating, yet inspiring. It is complex. It is unforgettable. I once saw a writing online that says, tough times build strong men. Strong men build good systems. Good systems build weak men. Sorry, good systems build good times, and then good times build weak men. And then weak men create hard times. And the cycle keeps going. So I want to believe this is our time. Of the soft men building hard times. And the hard times are building us as Nigerians to be resilient, to flourish even in the harshest of weathers, to stand even in the harshest of systems. It shapes us. It challenges us. It strengthens us. It toughens us. It helps us to stand tall and face the world. It is our identity. It is our story. It is our legacy. Let us remember what Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie said again. She said, identity is a story. We tell ourselves stories in order to live. Yes, our story is Nigeria. It is our identity. It is our pride. And because of that, we can lift our heads up and stand tall because it is our greatness. Thank you very much, as I will be passing the mic on to the next speaker.
I'm very, very happy to be a Nigerian. And I'm very sure everyone seated, you'll be very happy and very proud of yourself to say that you are a Nigerian. And if you are not one, you are allowed to join us. You can change your nationality to Nigeria. As far as I'm concerned, I enjoy everything about Nigeria, and that is why I'm happy that I am one. My name is Fadiji Temitope, and then I would like to conclude the greeting aspect that we started few hours. Ẹ kú ìyálẹ̀ta. Ṣé dáadáa ni mo bá yín? Ṣàlàáfíà lẹ́wà. Ẹ kú dédé àsìkò yìí. Ẹ kú ọ̀gìrìntì. Now these are few greetings as touching Yoruba people. And I told us earlier that we can say our greetings to you in various ways. And as far as I am concerned, we are still saying the greetings. I told us before that during the hour of 10 a.m. in the morning to 12 noon, we kept on saying, Ẹ kú ìyálẹ̀ta. Okay? And once it is 12 noon, we are no longer towards afternoon, but we are already in the afternoon. Alright? Once it is 12 noon, no longer towards afternoon, but we are already in the afternoon. And then that is when we start saying Ẹ káàsán, Ẹ káàsán. And I said from 5 p.m. to 7, if you can still remember, you start saying Ẹ kú ìrọ̀lẹ́. What's the meaning of Ẹ kú ìrọ̀lẹ́? We are getting towards evening, but we are not yet in the evening. Yes, towards evening, but not yet in the evening. Once it is 7, we start saying Ẹ káalẹ́. Ẹ káalẹ́, that's our greeting. That is good evening. That's Ẹ káalẹ́, good evening. And then the moment
From 7 to 10, we say Ekale. From 10 p.m. to 12 a.m., you can greet yourself, Eku Ashale abi Eku Alale. And we can start saying Eku Ogonjo. From 1 to 2, we can still say Eku Ogonjo. But from 2 to 3, we say Eku Ajin. That's how to greet ourselves. Eku Ajin. Alright? From 5 a.m. to 6, we say Eku Afẹ̀mọ́júmọ́. Eku Afẹ̀mọ́júmọ́. You can even say Eku Ìdájí. From 6 a.m. to 10, then we come back to morning, where we say Ẹ̀kaàárọ̀. And remember, I told us that we have different types of greeting. We have the daily greeting, which I just finished mentioning to us. We have the occupational greeting. Occupational greeting in the sense that if you are a farmer, we just say, we greet you according to your occupation. That's the way we say our greetings to you, according to your occupation. Àgbẹ̀ àròkò bọ́dún dé o. And the farmer will also answer us, oh. Oko means farm. Bọ́dúndé means yearly. So, in every year you are waiting for the farmer to have a bountiful harvest. If you are a barber, we greet you, we call you Onígbàjámọ̀. That's the name for a barber. And I'm very sure the Gen Z, the new generation, everybody will just call barber. You don't even know the name for a barber in Yoruba. We say Onígbàjámọ̀. That's what we call the person. A hairdresser is called Onídìrí. And what do we say to that? Ẹkú ẹwà o. Ojúgbòòrò. And the person will answer Oyàáyà o. Alright? If you are a man of God, because then when the Oyinbo people came to us, we call them the white men. When they introduced the Christianity and other religions to us, we started saying that Ẹkú iṣẹ́ Olúwa. That's how we greet a pastor or an imam or anybody that is doing the work of God. If I palm wine tapper, at them we greet you Ìgbàárọ̀. There's this thing we call Igba. It's like a guide for them when they want to climb on top of the palm tree. And if they don't make use of that, there is no way they will be able to. So they want to go and get the palm wine. As a palm wine tapper, they need that as a guide. So we use that to say our greeting. We say, Ìgbàárọ̀ òun náà ni o. If you're an hunter or there, we greet them Arekpantogun o, and the person will say, oh, Ogun Agbe o. Because they believe that they are working with what we call iron. And anything that has to do with iron symbolizes Ogun. That's the god of iron. So when they want to say the greeting to them, they will say, Arekpantogun o. Meaning as you are going into the forest to go and hunt, you will get animal. And the person too will be happy. So we have various greetings like that for occupational greetings. Like the way I said that we have the seasonal greetings. What are the seasonal greetings that we have? In Yoruba land, we have so many things that we do celebrate.
For instance, they have their deities that they worship. And every time they are celebrating those deities, they have a special way of greeting themselves. When you talk about special seasonal greetings, during New Year festival, we greet ourselves. Aku ọdún o, and somebody will say, oh, Aku Iyedun, Ẹ̀mí wa ṣọ̀pọ̀ ẹ o. That's our own Happy New Year. That's the way we say it. Aku ọdún tuntun, Happy New Year. Aku Iyedun, Ẹ̀mí wa ṣọ̀pọ̀ ẹ o. They can even go further saying that Niwo Ye Amodu, so that this next year, so you have this, you have this. Like now that they want to celebrate the Easter, they will say Aku Odun Ajinde Jesu. Somebody will be wondering that, oh, is Jesus going to resurrect tomorrow? But they are doing the remembrance, and yes, they were still saying Aku Odun Ajinde. During the Ileya festival, they will greet themselves Aku Odun Ileya. They will even go further saying Abarika or Barika Disala. When we are celebrating the Egungun festival, there's a way they say they are greeting as well. We call them Oje. They will be greeting themselves Omoloje, Ekwadu. When it is time for us to hit the new yam, to do the new yam festival, there's a way we greet ourselves as well. Akwadu Ijeshu. Because starting from next month, the month of May, you start seeing the new yam. And there are some people, there are some family, there are some elders that they will not have a taste of the new yam until July, August. Some even probably September. And they will not eat the new yam until when they finish celebrating New Yam Festival. They believe there are some rituals that they need to do before they could be able to eat the new yam. And they have greetings for that as well. Aku ọdún Ìjẹ̀ṣu àti iṣu tuntun ti jáde o. A jẹ lọ́dún yìí o, a tún jẹ lọ́dún tó ń bọ̀. Meaning, Happy Yam Festival, you see the new yam this year, next year we are going to see it again. And they just use it to pray for each other. What are we talking about again? I said we have situational greetings. What does that mean? We celebrate marriage. And during that time, there's a way we say our greeting for that celebration. For both Ìyàwó, that happen to be the bride, and the Ọkọ, who happen to be the groom. For the two families coming together, we have our different way of greeting them. Ẹ̀yin ìyàwó ò ní mẹ́yìn o. Ìyàwó abákọ abábo. Yoruba people will even go further, saying the greeting that Ìyàwó abisun abi ìwàlẹ̀. What does that mean? Ìsun ìwàlẹ̀. When they said Ìyàwó abisun, they are saying the bride, the new bride, will give birth to a boy and a girl. Which one is Ìsun? Which one is ìwàlẹ̀? Ìsun simply means a girl, female. Ìwàlẹ̀ is what? A boy, a male child. What does that's meaning you'll be wondering that we call a male Hako and we call a female Abo. So what is the meaning of Isun and Iwale again? Now the prayer is simply saying that when the father-in-law, now we call them father-in-law now, actually passed away, the Isun who happened to be a girl will be the one that will be crying during the burial rites. The Isun who happens to be a girl will be the one that will be crying, Baba is no more, Baba's gone to rest. The Iwale, so Yoruba people who happen to be a male will be the one that will be digging the grave. So that is why they call it Iyawo Abisun Abi Iwale. Meaning Isun is what? A female, a woman. Why Iwale is what? A man, a male. So while one is trying to dig the grave in preparation for the burial, one doesn't even know what to do. That one is just crying. So what are they saying? They're saying that both male and female are very important in the marriage. So they use it particularly to pray for the new couples. And everybody will be greeting. Because the new bride is leaving the family. So the greeting will be going on here and there, and you will start saying it to each other. And then, why should we greet? Practically, if I don't have any business, say my greeting. If I'm like the way I said it, that you raise your shoulder, you walk into a place, saying so many your greeting. What if you need the assistant? Has it ever happened to anybody that you are seated right somewhere and somebody walking and the person failed to say his greeting, and later on few minutes the fellow is coming back to ask you for one thing or the other? How will you feel? You just be dumbfounded. You'll be looking at he or she like this, as in, I thought you walk past a stick or a log of wood when you walk in the other time. And it happens to so many people, most especially when you are going to a particular building and some people are in front of the building or they are outside, and you did ordinary hello, like the way somebody said it, ordinary hello, you couldn't say, and then you got into the apartment or wherever you're going to, and they are not around, and you needed somebody to ask a question or at least to tell you their whereabouts, and then you were like coming back to meet the same set of people that you felt they are not important to you when you are walking in. When you walked in, they are outside, you couldn't say hello to them. Now you're not coming back to ask them for I'm going to flat 2, but I go there now, they're not around. If they are kind enough to answer you, I'm very sure they will answer you rudely, because to them you are not well brought up. You don't have any manners to them. So they'll be looking at you as if, do you have a proper upgrading? Were you trained? You don't have any business with us. Yes, you actually know where you're going to, but you saw us, you met us here, you couldn't even say your greetings to us. And that is the essence, the importance of why we greet. Who should greet? Virtually everybody should say greetings. Whether you are old, you are young, an elderly person. Now, the thing is, somebody asked me a question that day and said, Ayafadiji, who should say the greetings first? The elder or the younger? So I'm asking us in the hall, who should say the greetings first? Anybody? Okay, somebody said usually the younger person. Now, you couldn't expect your grandfather sitting down on his grandpa chair, and you got up early in the morning, entering the sitting room, and you saw grandpa on his grandpa chair, and you're waiting for grandpa to tell you, Carol. You should be the one to say, Grandpa, Baba Agba, Carol. And Baba Agba will say, Ọmọ mi dáadáa, Carol. Ṣé o sùn dáadáa? Ṣàlàáfíà ló jí? There is no crime in it if the older or the elderly one should say the greeting. And there's no crime in it if the younger one should say the greetings first. But to show regard, to show respect, the younger one should do it first. And the older one will now respond. During their response, then you will know that they are actually acknowledging your greeting very well. Remember, I said it. Whether you have a good character or a bad character, meeting somebody for the very first time, the first thing that will portray to them your kind of person is your greeting. And if you fail to do so, your first appearance is 0. Like the illustration I said the other time, that you met so many people and you're unable to say your greeting. Now, how will you feel coming back to ask them 1 or 2 questions and you're waiting for them to respond? How will they feel? They were like, okay, you go to the apartment. They are not there. They are not there, no honey. Meaning, okay, they are not at home. But eventually, the people that you're talking to, they have the knowledge of their whereabouts, but they will refuse to tell you. But assuming when you got there, you met them, and you are able to say your greeting. Hello, Epele, Shedadani, hello, Munosi, Fulati Keji. You are saying, hello, hope you're good, hope you're fine. I'm going to flat 2. They will be the one to tell you that, oh, don't bother yourself, they are not around. They just step out now. They went to they will be back in by tomorrow. Oh, they will be back in the evening. You don't need to stress yourself. Simply because of your what? Greetings to them. In fact, as you're saying your greeting, they will be the one to say, what do you want? Kilefel, where are you going? And you say, I'm going to flat 2. I want to see so. And you say, they are not around. You don't need to bother yourself, climbing the elevator, climbing the staircase, stressing yourself to go and press the bell, stressing yourself to go and ask after them again. Oh, and I didn't call them. Okay, you can call them. Do you have their number? If they have, we need it, they will give it to you. Because of what? Your greeting. You've already shown courtesy to them. And you don't need to stress yourself again. I said, why do you greet? Our greeting is for us to show regards, to show respect, to interact, to acknowledge one another. And another important thing is what? For friendship. You start your friendship from your greeting. Hello, are you going to Lekki? please, I don't know Lekki. Oh, this is this. When we get there, I will let you know. Actually, I'm going to Lekki as well. So when we get to Lekki, I will. You discover that you go down at the same bus stop, and you are walking along. From there, you started talking, saying one thing or the other. Despite the fact that we said that we shouldn't entertain or talk to strangers. But at the same time, meeting somebody that you don't know because of your greeting, you are able to ask one or two questions, and the fellow is able to get along with you. One way or the other, let's now say coincidentally you are going to the same place. Don't you think you will start something that we call friendship? But by the time you got there, both of you will want to sit beside each other, and it will be as if you've been getting along for a very long time. But lo and behold, you met few minutes ago. That's the essence of greeting. Just ordinary hello. Please, are you going to Lekki? I don't know the place. Oh, I'm going to Lekki as well. When we get there, and then you started getting along. You heard of cases of people meeting each other, ended up becoming husband and wife as a result of greetings. Sitting down together inside the plane together, and you started exchanging your pleasantry, and you're talking together. Where are you from? I'm Nigerian. So. And then from there, you develop that intimacy, and then you started getting along to the extent that you extend contact because of what? Greetings. It's bringing into you a great sense of belonging. Why do you think that people talk about their tribe, and then when they finish saying good morning, the next thing they will say is that, where are you from? Somebody will say, I'm from Ogun State. Egbarewa. And they started saying things from Egba. You say, no, I'm from Ogun State, but I'm from Ijebu. Somebody you say, Ijebu. So that's another greeting from another end. And if you say, no, I'm not from me. I'm from Ekiti. Or you say I'm from Ondo. They will say, and they will start greeting. And then you start talking in your dialect as a result of what? Greeting. I remember doing my service here in Abia State. Even though I don't know everything about what they are saying in that particular, but I will never forget about Dewo. Because as we are moving around in the village, all the villagers, that you are a couple, they say, Idewo, and then we will say that Idewo, we don't even know anything about it. But we are told during the orientation that is what? Greetings. And on the day of the Endurance Train Cave, come and see them. They all lined up and they're saying, Idewo. They're saying some other things, but the Idewo is the one that I can never forget. And once I see somebody, I say, Idewo, if you are Igbo, and you say, I'm from so. I say, I thought you people are the same thing. You know, I'm from Yoruba tribe. And it's as a result of what? You are getting a sense of belonging, even where you don't even belong to. But because you are able to say your greeting, you are getting along. Why do we greet? Some of us, we have so many people that ever since when you say Happy New Year in 2026, you have not even had the chance to see each other. But once you pick your call and say, hello, Shidadalowa, how are the children? How's daddy, mommy? Just to check on the well-being of the person. You're not asking for any other thing. You don't need any favor from the person. But after the conversation, I just say, let me check after you. It's been a while. We have people that are outside the country in the diaspora, and then you exchange pleasantry through greetings. People that you don't know, hi, hello, hello. Because you will not enter into somebody's DM and you say, I need 26 bags of cement. That you will first of all say greetings. Hello, do you have 26 bags of cement that you can supply now? For you to know the essence of greetings, how important that you can get along with. For as many of us, if we can recollect very well, during our institution days, when you are in university, you know all those big offices, especially where you go and sign your course form, or all those university offices where you go and meet all those mama to get one thing or the other. If you enter and you open the room and you don't say your greeting, the first thing is that they will bounce on you. You don't even know whether the person sitting down is your age mate or not. But because you are the one coming into that room, the first thing you will say is that you will say, good morning, sir, good morning, ma. I want to collect the receipt from the bursary department, or I want my course form, I want to go some. You need one thing or the other. And then if you don't say your greeting, in fact, if you are very, very, let me just say, unlucky that day to come across one that can talk very well, you will be assuming that the ground should open up and swallow you, because as big as you are even in the university, you don't know how to greet. You enter see about 6 of us here, ordinary good morning, you cannot. Is that how you were trained? Is that how you, when you see you, they will just be saying all sorts of, and you will be like, where did I go there wrong? Just because I didn't say good morning to you. Okay, it's helped in our communication very well, like the way I gave us that illustration, that coming across somebody that you're just meeting for the very first time, if very first thing you will say is your greeting, so that you can get along with the person. Otherwise, you can't just be walking beside me and you are talking. Hey, do you know the school of Eloquence? The person will look at you like this. So am I here because of you, so that I am your compass, or I am your direction to the school of Eloquence? But the very first thing you will say is, hello, please, I'm going to the school of Eloquence, please. Can you direct me? And the person says, oh, okay. You walk down the road, you go to the, and you started conversation. What are the lessons that you learned from greetings, for you to know the importance of it? The very first one is that it's actually showing in you that you have good manner, good behavior. You have good character. If at all I don't know anything about you, but the very first time that you are able to pass us your greeting, then it's actually telling to me that you are well brought up. That is just it. As a result of greetings, people actually show what we call kindness to each other. You are going and you have some loads that you needed somebody to help you. I'm not saying the contraband loads that you already packed some stuff with it. Somebody can just give you a helping hand. Be that. As a result of your greeting, you don't know, I said it, you don't know who is who, the guru in the society. And somebody can say, oh, don't bother, I've already paid for your meal. And then you'll just be wondering that we just get across each other when we boarded the bus together, and I said I want to snacks or something, or I want to have some lunch, and the person will say, I'm hungry as well. And but before you could call on the waiter and say, okay, let me wait, and say, somebody's already paid for your meal. Because of what? Your greeting. One of the lessons that you need to learn as well is brings out the proper upgrading in you. If you have actually been cultivating the habit of saying your greetings to the elderly ones at home, there's no way you will see somebody that is older than you and you will refuse to say your greeting. It's not possible. The proper upbringing in you, you will not hide it. You will not hide it. Because you're not brought up in that manner. Coming across somebody that is older than you and you cannot say you're a caro. Seeing an elderly person and you cannot kneel down or prostrate if you are a man or a boy, that is not part of you. It is not part of your character. So it's actually bringing out the proper upbringing in you. I said it before, one of the lessons is friendliness. You develop a proper friendship from greeting. Some of us that have siblings in the diaspora, you discover that many a times you don't even have anything to say. You just pick your phone and say, say, let me just say hello to you. And the person will be saying, do you need something? And you say, this your greeting is not just, it's not, and I say, a sort of greeting. And sincerely, maybe you just want to pass your greeting, you don't even need anything. And the person will ask you, okay, I think somebody's coming to Nigeria next week. I think I'll do this. Okay, I think I see how we are. And you know the way we call it. You say, uncle, you see how my house are now. You just felt like to check on the person. And then, from there, you are able to do what? You are able to get something. Based on my work, I've seen people entering into my DM that I don't know. And they will be trying to say their greeting in Yoruba because they need my service. And I will smile. And I will send my greeting to them. And I will send back my greeting with my tone mark. You know Yoruba tone mark. You know our tonation. And the people will say, I don't know how to do this. And I'll say, okay, you can do this. And from there, we will develop what I call friendship. Another lesson is it's showing our rich cultural value, our heritage. Every child from one tribe or the other, the very first lesson, the very first teaching, the very first moral you will get is greeting. Because from wherever you're coming from, you'll be taught how to greet. Yes. Right from the cradle, your parents will start saying, whether you are Yoruba, whether you are Igbo, whether you are Hausa, whether you are Ibe, whether you are wherever you are come from. The very first thing they will start saying to you is that you're greeting. It is now because we are now in the 21st century that we started teaching our children, good morning, good morning. The other day somebody was teaching the child, he said, the detonation for the speaker, the rising and the falling. In Yoruba, it's not like that. Ekaro is Ekaro. He said, when you say good morning, the response should be good morning, good morning. And I was just saying, you better teach this child the proper thing this child needs to know. When I was growing up, when you greet my father, Ekaro, my dad will not respond. You know why? One of the things that I will tell you is that, are we mates? So at the end of your greeting, is waiting for you to kneel down and at the same time say Ekaro sir. Because the same way I'm going to say Ekaro to my age mate, to the people that I'm older than, it's not the same way I'm going to tell my father Ekaro. His own Ekaro should be different. And that is why I'm talking about our rich cultural heritage. That's one of the lessons that we are able to learn from our greetings. You can't be greeting your friend Carol and at the same time you are telling your mommy Carol. It's not really saying something good about us. So one of the important lessons that you are able to learn is that as they are teaching you the greeting, they are telling you how to show regards to people that are older than you. Another lesson is that it's help in peaceful living together. You can't be in a community, in a place, and you want to get along with everybody there, and you don't know how to greet them. How do you want to communicate? How do you want to speak with them? What will you be saying with them? The very first thing you will start with is your greetings. You got newly, you just move into an area and you want to get familiar with people. The very first thing you will say to them is your greeting. So that's what I said. One of the importance of things that we learn in the greeting, your lesson is what? Peaceful living. Yes. When you're not getting along, for instance, if you are not in good times with somebody, the main thing you will do to the person is that you will walk past the person and you will not bother to say your greeting. And once people notice that, they will say, you are not in good times. And you say yes. You don't talk. The simple thing that people notice there is that you don't exchange your greetings. And that was what made people to discover that both of you are not in good times. But once you come across each other and you are saying, báwo ni ṣé dáadáa ló wà? Nobody will bother to ask you whether you are not in good times or not. But the moment people notice that you walk together, you sit down together, but they discover that you are not talking, you are not saying your greetings, then somebody will say you are not in good times, like the way I said it. Another thing, lesson that you can talk about from the greeting is that it helps us to have what we call good moral and discipline. Yeah. We discipline ourselves in the sense that I told us that in Yoruba land we have greetings for different occasions. We have the seasonal greeting, we have the institutional greetings. So when you are having a naming ceremony, there's a greeting that you will give to the mother of the new baby that we call Iya Olomo. And when we are bereaved, when you lost somebody, there's a greeting to that. So you have to be disciplined to know those greetings, so that you will not greet the greeting for burial for somebody that is celebrating wedding. And then they will not be looking at you that, what are you saying? This is not a gathering where we mourn. We are celebrating here. So you will not get to where they are celebrating the life of a grandpa, 110 grandfather, and you are greeting them and what does that mean? And is that the back of the new bride will not even stay longer on the mat, because then in the olden days there's no bed. We use mat, or they use what they call the pakiti, some wools that they put together. But thank God for the technology and the 21st century, the modern day, now that we make use of bed. That it will not take long before the new bride will be pregnant. That's the greeting. And you're in a gathering where they are celebration of a lifestyle of grandfather of 110, or somebody that is the couple, newly wedded couple, and you are greeting them. The greeting that is made for that. So you have to be disciplined enough to know what to say. During a birthday celebration, we say, Eku orire, Eku ayẹyẹ àyájọ́ ọjọ́ ìbí yín. That's how we greet, meaning congratulations, happy birthday. But you will not say that greeting during wedding. You can even say congratulations, Eku orire, but you cannot go further and say Eku ayẹyẹ àyájọ́ ọjọ́ ìbí. Is it a birthday celebration? No. Or during a Egungun festival or New Yam festival, and you are greeting them Oku Amore, Baba Sunre. You have to have what we call morals, and then you have to know the discipline of these greetings, the importance of it, what to say at a particular time, when to say it, where to say a particular greeting, or what occasion for you to say it. You can't just get along and then you just open your mouth to say the greeting that is not meant for a particular occasion. For instance, during Nigeria Independence Day celebration, we say Aku Ayajo Odun Ominira. That's how we greet. And some people can even go further to say Happy Birthday Nigeria. Aku Ayajo Ọjọ́ Ìbí Orílẹ̀-èdè Nigeria. You will not be greeting the greeting of wedding for a birthday ceremony. No. So that's why I say we have to be disciplined enough to know what to say at a particular time. Whether you like it or not, everybody must know how to greet. At least to enjoy what we call greetings. To be able to get along with people, to be able to express yourself. Irrespective of whosoever you are, even when the president is giving a speech, the very first thing he or she will do was to say the greetings. Good morning, fellow Nigerians. You will not just get on the podium and then you start saying, this is Nigeria, 65 Independence Day. And then everyone, as you are in your house, remember to pray for this nation. No! Things were not done in that manner. Even a pastor in a church mounting the pulpit, the very first thing he or she will say is, "Good morning, congregation." An imam or afar in the mosque, once they want to do it, the first thing the person will say is "Assalamu alaikum," and everybody will respond. That's a greeting. That's what we call greetings. Even in our school now, you will see the teacher, they say, "Hello, friends." You can imagine we calling 2-year-old boy and girl our friend. But indeed, they are our friends. Because we want to get along with them. So you have to say your hello. And the child will embrace and say, "Mrs. Oh, how are you doing? Mrs. Herb, how are you? Are you fine? I like your dress." It's from your greeting. And they will be so sincere telling you their mind. But if you are just saying, "Hey, you come here, see your socks, or tie your shoelace," and the child will be looking at you as if you woke up from the wrong side of the bed. But the moment you say, "Hello, sweetie, come on, tie your shoelace," and the child will be, "Thank you, Mrs. Jill. Mrs. Jill, please do it." And gladly, the guy's child will be able to do that. For you to know the essence of greeting. Saying your courtesy, passing your pleasantries. It's very, 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 very important. You can imagine a bride-to-be getting to the in-laws' house for the very first time, seated, and a lot of people are walking across, and she was just like folded her hands, waiting to meet the father-in-law or the mother-in-law. And every member of the family are looking at their brother and they say, "Where did you get this one?" She doesn't greet, she doesn't open her mouth. The very first meeting, how do you think the groom-to-be will? It will be like, my sister just walked in. You didn't say your greetings." I don't expect the groom to start telling her what to do. Or the bride to be introducing your fiancé to your family member. And the guy sat down comfortably in your sitting room. And then people are walking in. You couldn't even say hello. I'm very sure one big auntie will call you outside. If you are that girl. If you are that lady. And say, "Are you sure you want to get married to this one?" Remember I talk about your character. And that is when somebody will started labeling him. This one is very, very, very arrogant too. I don't think you can get along with this one. Simply because he refused to say his greeting. Until when you are able to say, "This is my father, this is my mother," that's when you will now say, "So what of other members of the family that have been moving around? What stopped you from saying hello to them?" And you will see one big auntie that doesn't like you before. You will now start saying, "Don't you think you need to get somebody else? This one is not going to be good for you. This one that we are seeing for the very first time, his eyes are You need to know how to say that, whether you like it or not. Wherever you find yourself, you are in need of something from them, you don't need anything. You want to get something across from them, you don't need anything. Say it. Tell me where you don't even need to say the greetings. Tell me. Just tell me. That particular place. Even when we are bereaved, when we are mourning, we still say greetings. You hear your Bible, they will say, meaning we are sorry. We will not encounter this again. We will not have any cause to see this again. That is when we are bereaved of somebody that is not of age. But when you are doing celebration of life, you will still greet. They will say, Mama, you will start seeing people, they will be jubilating and they will still be crying, they will still be greeting. So that's why I asked that simple question. Tell me that particular place where you don't need that discipline. Or is it when you are in need of a job, that you are in that interview and the interviewers are with you, and you want to say one thing or the other? The very first thing you will say to them is your greetings. Good morning, hope you are fine today. How are you? Can we meet you? You will not just sit there in front of them and you start saying, my name is, I am Keneka, I finished from, I have finished, Nobody will listen to you. Nobody will listen to you. All what the interviewer is just waiting for you to get out with all your rubbish and carry your stuff and leave the boardroom. Whether you like it or not, you already know whether you are going to be called back for the job or not. But the moment you walk in, whether they are putting on a smiling face or not, but you are able to put on your own smiling face and you say, good morning, my name is, and I'm here for, and you say, okay, you can have your seat. Good morning. How was your night? Hope you slept. And they will start asking you so many questions. And then even at times they can even go out from what you are meant to be interviewed with. And then because of your courtesy, you're able to say your greetings very well. And that's why I ask the question again. Tell me that particular place where you will find yourself that you don't need to say your greeting. So if we don't have any answer to that, then you can equally agree with me that greeting is very, very, very important. Irrespective of your tribe, wherever you came from, wherever you find yourself, like the Gen Z always say it now, clock it. Bring it in. Say it very well. Both in the same bus together, I can see down it's with inside the vehicle. Some people will sit down beside you, and the first thing they will say, they will say their greeting. And you will be wondering, you will look again, have we met before? Do I know you? But if I just saying good morning, the person is trying to put on a smiling face, not to spoil his or her day for that week. So, part of your smiling face, looking radiant, enjoying every moment, it is when you pass your words, your pleasantry, your greetings. Say it. You are not paying for it. It doesn't actually mean anything to you. It's not going to bring anything out from you. But you can only bring out the best. Showing your good behavior. Telling to the society that you have proper upgrading. And that is the very first thing. For as many of us that are from the Christian home, you will see that once you finish your morning devotion, the next thing everybody will say is, Ekarosa, Ekaroma. And if you are the one that you don't open your mouth properly, your mommy will say, oh, you kill your dadani. And you now not be wondering that me that I'm still enjoying my sleep, that you said we should come and pray. I'm still saying my greetings. So you're still disturbing me that can't I say it properly? And if you are from the other religion, as they are waking you up to go and do your morning prayer, as soon as you are done, the next thing you will say to your daddy is Assalamu alaikum. And the person, your daddy or mommy will answer back, Alaikum salam. And you don't know. And if you don't say it very well, if your mommy or then Assalamu alaikum, you will hear them say, Shame no lo salam or sibe. For you to know the importance of it. So it's just like it's a routine in the house. Once you finish the morning devotion, the next thing everybody will chorus is, good morning daddy, good morning mommy. Whether you are going back to your room to go and continue with your phrase, yes, you must say that. Must surely say it. Now you can agree with me now, even the eateries, all the supermarkets now, they've employed people. I remember then when they just newly opened Domino Pizza at Toyin Street, Ikeja, where you have water parks. We will go to Domino Pizza because we want to hear, welcome to Domino's. And we sit down, we just order a box of pizza. Somebody will say, constant gravy, and they are saying it, they are greeting us. Somebody will open the door for you. Even when you go to banks now, they will open. And when you are done with your transaction, the security guy will say, have a lovely day, thanks for banking with us. You will not be wondering, why is he greeting me? It's part of the rules and regulations because they are paying him the salary from that bank. If you don't come to bank with them, how will he get his own money? So the management convert it to him that as the customer are coming in and going out, please put on a smiling face and tell them good morning, good afternoon. Thank you. You enter into the big supermarket now, some eateries now, before they could come and show you the menu list. Somebody will come and say, good morning, madam. What do you want to order from us? You will be seeing it on social media. Some vendor will be saying that some vendors are rude. You enter into their DM, you want to order for something, somebody will not even say, you will be able to say good afternoon. And as a result of that, the person will say, I'm not going to buy anything from you again. Because of what? Greeting. For you to know the importance of it. For you to know what? The importance of it. And whether you like it or not, for that day, you've lost that customer. And if the customer is very good enough, we tell you the reason why he or she is not ordering from you again. But if you don't meet the kind one, you just discover that you stop interacting again. And this time I enter into it, you say, okay, when are you sending your rider? How many do you? He or she will not even say good morning, good afternoon. And then it is your social responsibility. Because what you don't have, there is no way you can pass it across to somebody else. If you are properly brought up, well trained, you know when to respect the other one, when to say your greeting, you will be able to pass it across to somebody else. You will be able to train your children, your younger ones, the same way. You'll be able to do that. But what you don't have, what is not in you, what has not been part of you, what you don't practice before, there is no way you can do the same thing. And that is why I'm going to leave us with this. The Yoruba people are known all over the world as the Eku people. They got that name from Sierra Leone. Because they discovered that coming across them every day, they were always saying Eku, Ekaro, Eku Ale, Eku Son, Eku. So they named them Eku people. Yes, greeting people. They can greet you. Like I told us before, you don't need to go extra mile. Just know the special ones. When to say it, how to say it. Your greetings is very, very important. Have it at the back of your mind from today that it can take you to what? A very long way. And if you are a bride, that you know how to greet very well. The very first character your in-laws will recognize in you is your greetings. You say, ọmọ yẹn, wọ́n kọ́ owó gbẹ̀kọ́. Even though the ọmọ did not gbẹ̀kọ́, because the day the ọmọ will show them is the other side. But because the ọmọ can greet very well, it has shown to them that she is well trained. There's no way you will come across that will not say our greetings to you. Ekwelema, ekasoma, ekarama, erorama, endema. They will say, ọmọ yẹn, ó ṣe kíni? Ó gbẹ̀kọ́, wọ́n kọ́ dáadáa. But the day, like my people will say, the Ogba side, the day the ọmọ will show them our Ogba side, that's when somebody will say, I never knew she was like that. But the greeting has actually covered so many things that make them to say that she's well trained and well brought up. If you want to show me a proper person, at least show to me somebody who can esteem is your greetings very well. And I will tell you someone who can go extra mile in life. Wherever you find yourself, don't hesitate. Don't forget to say your greetings. And on this note, I'm going to leave it with this one word. Like the Yoruba people, we always say it. Remember the child of whom you are. So when you remember that, you will be able to say your greetings. On this note, I would like to pass on the mic to the next speaker.
All right, thank you. That was such a good speech. And coming from that, I would love to say my greetings to everybody watching me. Good afternoon, audience. My name is Salati Bilikis Abiodun, and globally, we have discussed a lot of things. If I am going to come on here to talk about anything, it is basically going to be like anything around humanity. Because really, we have spoken about economy, we've spoken about career, just everything in general. And today, I would like to address the topic, body shaming is a stigma. Let's talk about how we get into certain rooms and people just start to pick on something on your body. I mean, you can just keep quiet because you don't know what this person is feeling like having that kind of thing to him or herself. I can remember when I was in 200 level. I graduated from the University of Ilorin 2024, but then I was reacting to water because at the time there was no water in my hostel, so we had to like struggle to go and fetch water from the well.
And for somebody that is actually coming from Lagos, because yes, I'm a Lagos based, and I just went to like Ilorin to school at the time. So then we didn't have water in my hostel. I had to like go and get water from the well. This was not something that I did 1 day, 2 days. It was something that went on for like 2 weeks, or let's say like a month, max actually. So we had to like be using the well water to have our bath. And like we all know, this well water is not that they are that hygienic like that. You might be lucky, you might have one that have like a very clean source. But I can remember the one I used then, it was always like looking quite oily. You may tell me, why didn't you like add some Dettol, something antiseptic to just like purify it or something? We did all of that, but in the quest for, you want to go for exam, test, class, you're running late. I mean, we are students and it's part of our struggles. You don't have to like be selective to have all these luxury things available. Just do your thing and just be a student. And right now they are already like history, because I mean, right now I don't think I want to use that kind of water to have my bath. But back to my story, I had to like use that water like that, and all of a sudden I figured that I started reacting to it. I was having body itch, my face was already telling on me. It was looking very dry, I was having pores. A lot of things were just wrong. I was always calling my mom, mommy, I'm already turning ugly. Oh, this one that my face is like this. She will tell me, you just have to bear it, because I mean, there is nothing you want to do. It is water. With time, you will recover from it. It is water, it is water. It is a problem. I need a solution to it. And I was still using that water at the time. So that's to tell you that the problem was doubling. But that's not where we are heading. It became persistent and I had issue with my skin. I was always going about with, rough face, going to school. I can remember I would use scarf to cover my face. I'm going to like use nose mask. Just because of what? People will see me and then they'll be like, what happened to your face? Are you not having your bath? Are you not using good water? This one. And then everybody starts to like have ideas about what you're supposed to use. And this time I was spending money. I was buying things to help me cure this thing so I can, escape for like these questions. I can escape for all of these, comments on my skin. But I was tired of explaining to people that it's water, it's water, it's water, it's water. But that's not even like the deep part of it. At this time that I was struggling with my skin, I can remember that then I was very, very slim. Aside from being, right now it's not that I'm chubby, but I want to believe that I was not like this at the time. Very, very slim in the sense that when you see me, you feel like I'm not eating. So it is a case that if somebody is not talking about my body, they are talking about my skin. So it became like something healthy for me, because whenever I look at the mirror, I just want to like, just enter the ground. I'd be like, am I that bad? Is it something that is that heavy? Then I'll start struggling. I'll start going to Google. I'll go to, just certain search engines just for me to like, what can I do to get fat? What can I do to, get chubby? What can I do to, keep my face clear and all of that? This is not even about just us. This is a global problem. People are being body shamed every part of the world, because I can't imagine being somewhere and then I hear somebody telling a girl that why are you containing the space? Okay, let me tell you something. There was a day I wanted to enter this tricycle, Moriwa, the popular Moriwa that we all know, and then there was a little fight, or let's say misunderstanding, because I mean there was not like a physical thing between them. So like, the woman is a very like a big woman. So people have this like, idea about fat people when they want to like enter commercial buses. They be like, okay, they can always like pay for 2 seats so that they will be comfortable, and then they won't be like, be discomforting like other people that wants to like sit down. So then this lady like came inside and saw like the woman sitting, and then she was like, madam, please adjust. The woman had adjusted enough. I was in front, right? The woman already adjusted, but she was just on, she has not adjusted enough. So it felt like she was already telling her stylishly that, you are fat, oh, you have to like shift for me because me, I'm not comfortable. Then I interrupted. I said, do you want her to fall? Like, do you want her to jump out of the mirror? She took it upon me because she felt like I was into another person's business. But this is coming from somebody that I know what the woman might be feeling like inside of her, because she's already feeling like, oh, I think it's because I am fat. She made a statement. She said, oh, she could have paid for like 2 people, but she could not afford it. Then I said, is that what you want, ma? She said yes. I said, okay, please, madam. I told the lady, please, can you get down? We want to pay for 2 seats so that she can be comfortable and you can get another person. And that was how it all ended. Because I don't want to be in a room where women are being body shamed. It's not even women alone, even men. But I feel like body shaming goes to women more because there is nothing more to pick on men, basically, except for men that there is nothing more to pick on men, if I'm being honest. Because women are the ones that, oh, she does not have big bum, she has a flat breast, you know, she's slim, she has, you know, a lot are being said when it comes to like women. So body shaming is a thing that is, you know, everywhere. It's not even because, oh, you're just Nigerian or this or that. It is all over the world. And what does body shaming, like, what does it do to us? If I'm going to be saying anything, it is because I've lived in this, and anything I'm saying right now, it is what I have felt in the past. It causes you to like hide, because there is no way you will be body shamed and then you not want to hide from this kind of comments. Like I said, when I get to my room, the whole time that I schooled, I stayed all alone. I don't want anybody to like see me naked, because I don't want you to pick on anything when it comes to me. I just started having like, you know, confidence in my body. Right now there is nowhere except from like where there are opposite genders, but I can open my body in the midst of 100 women, because I'll be like, whatever you want to say, just say it. It's not the first time hearing such. But then I was always hiding. If I hear a knock on my door like this, I will carry like jelly bab, I will wear, because I don't want to see by somebody who will have something to say about it. So it is not just about me, it's just about everybody that is being body shamed. It causes us to hide. You don't have to like let people hide just because they have something to, you know, something that is not normal on their body. It's hurts. It's something that gets to us. I felt it, and I know what every other person meant. If there is anything that I know about myself, I don't know how to pick on people. I don't know how to like, maybe I see that thing, but I wouldn't call your attention to. I don't know how to call people to their insecurities. I hate it. Even if you are like looking all rough, you know, you shall look somehow abnormal. I will not make you feel it, because I'll be like, it's not my thing to say. You are seeing yourself in the mirror. You know what's wrong with you. I don't have to be telling you your head is big until you know. You don't have to tell me I have forehead now. I'm aware. You don't have to tell me that I have receding hairline. I'm aware. Sometimes when I'm going to, and then they be like, ah, you don't get hair at all. Please don't talk about my hair. Just leave it like that. So hiding, like, it is something that body shaming causes. So if you're in this room and you're being body shamed, you don't have to hide. It's just body. You don't have control over it. It's how God has like already created. Everybody is wonderfully made. You are created in your best form. Like what God feel like, okay, befits you, your body, your career, everything that you want to be, that the universe wants to like serve you. You don't have to feel bad for whatever it is you want. I mean, it's okay to think about it. Cause really, I see other girls, and I be like, why can't I be like this person? And then I would think back to like, oh, now God do me, I don't feel Russian. Do you get? You just have to like accept yourself for who you are. I have seen girls that they didn't work on their body. They came naturally, you know, with flat tummy, hippie shape, everything intact, with nice face, nice skin, and they what? Do you get? You know, they don't live by a country that don't take soda. All these ones, they will eat whatever they want. Do you get? And then I be like, how are you people doing it? But it's just how God has, you know, created me. I don't need to like start rushing or something. Now, losing confidence. Point number 2. I can say that is actually in the past. I don't think there is anything you want to say to me now about my body that will make me feel like I'm losing confidence in myself, because there is more to me aside from my body. I have my voice. I have my face. I have my career. I have my life. I have my future. You don't have to like make me feel like just for body that will carry inside ground. I mean, if my body stays inside, my legacy stays forever. My voice can even stay forever. Because it is not just about body. Your body is important because, you know, it helps you carry yourself. Without my body, I can't move to this podium. Without my body, I can't talk. Because, I mean, my mouth is part of my body. But not to the point that I had to, like, lose confidence. If you have anything to say about my body, say it. But if you ever feel like, okay, that's making me, like, not accept myself for who I am, then it's a lie. Point number 3, hating your body. Like I said, all of these things are like in the past. If I ever hated my body, I told you guys, I said, then, whenever I'm inside, I always, like, you know, look at myself in the mirror. But now, I can confidently open myself in a midst of 1,000 women without feeling bad. Even with people with nice bodies, like, we are together, don't worry. Even if you have, like, maybe you worked on your body, you didn't work on it, you have, like, the most perfect body. I do have the perfect body too. You don't have to, like, okay, because your own is different, and then because my own is different, I have to, like, no. We work in the same room, and then we'll be in that same room. Okay, now, if you feel like you have, you know, because it's not even about body when you are being body shamed. You might be body shamed for something else entirely. Well, it is body shaming, but there are just certain levels to this thing. I don't know, maybe I have, like, enough time to go deep into this topic because this is topic that it is just everywhere. I should ride on. Yes. It is actually something that is everywhere. I want to believe that the percent of people that have, like, perfect bodies, I'm not questioning God, but I want to, like, it is just 5%. There will just be something about you that you don't like. There will be that thing, don't worry. And where you feel like you have one thing that you don't like, there is somebody somewhere that is crying about 10 things that they don't like on their body. If you ask me now, what is it that you don't like on your body? Me, I because I create content, right? And I can remember that I have created content around something that, okay, if there are certain things I can change about my body, what will it be? Let's say I have control over change. That, oh, I have the power, let me just do it. The number 1 thing I will do is hair. And my hair, I'll be very extra with it too. It will reach my brows. Because there are actually people like that. I will see people. I saw one lady, she was using blade to shave her hair. She said it's already growing too much. I be like, God, please. God, what is going on? There are some people that actually want this thing. They don't get it. And then there are some people that get it and then they still, like, you know, want to just eradicate it. Why? And then I looked at it. It was in the campo. I said, hey, God, I beg. It come, like, it felt like I should just carry the hair that she was trying to shave from my head. I should just use it on my. Do you get? Okay, now the hair part. I can remember that I have once imagined, because while growing up, the main thing that I felt body shamed with. It's not even fair, because I mean it's something that really happened. It was my forehead. Do you people remember finally? That's the song that they actually like. That's the song that they actually, like, you know, used to insult me back then, growing up. And I'll cry to my mom. My mother will be like, no. You took it from your dad. You don't have to, like, feel bad. If they are insulting you, that's what my mom will tell me to make me feel good. If they are insulting you, they are stylishly insulting your father too. My mommy will tie her up and go and meet those people. Don't use that to insult my daughter again. People should leave her. That's how her forehead is. That's how that. Then I will imagine it. This is something that I feel. I'm not even capping. I will imagine that I should just take knife one day. I should just cut it off. When somebody injures now, they heal. The forehead will eventually heal. It will cover up. Then I will imagine how it will look if I cut it and it heal. It will look plastered. I'll be like, hey God, I can't do that. But if I had control, trust me, it is what I would have done. If I had somebody somewhere, so maybe there is one affair somewhere that if they say if they tell me that if the affair should touch my head like this, bam, the forehead will go inside. I'm ready to go there. Or if the person should touch my head, bam, the forehead will go inside. But it's not possible. It's body.
Okay, fast forward to another thing I feel like I would have changed. I have tiny legs. I feel bad if I wear something like shorts and I want to like wear heels. I will tell my friends. I will ask over and over again. Do you think like there are a lot of there are a lot of heels I like to wear to like certain outfits? Then I ask my friend, do you think if I wear these heels, I will look really nice in it? My friend will make me feel bad and they will make me feel good about it. They'll be like, girl, your leg is not even that bad. Have you seen Kiki? The Instagram Kiki. She's very pretty, like very cute. They will tell me, do you see the way she carries herself on stage with her tiny legs? You better be like her. She will wear heels, she will wear footwear, she will wear everything. And ever since my friend told me that, ever since she told me that, I never felt bad about my. It's not that I'll be going and you guys will be looking at my legs. Oh. Now. But trust me guys, it is something that I think about. Anytime I want to buy any shoe or any slippers or any heels, I consider my leg because of the kind of leg I have. And there is somebody somewhere that is doing I don't know, I've forgotten the name of the procedure because she has fat leg. And then I think it disturbs her, like it makes her feel heavy. I don't know what they call it, but she has to like, go and do something to, maybe they have to extract, I don't know. Do you even get? And then that one too, when I address the old tiny leg on my social, she has to tell me, girl, be thanking God. Because me that I'm having this fat leg, I know what I am going through. That's to tell you that there is somebody somewhere liking what you are not liking or having what you are not having, and then you are still somewhere feeling bad for having one thing on your body or not having it. So if you are being body shamed, please call your attention to it again, that God, this is how you made me and this is how I want to accept myself. Now, how do you stand your ground when you are being body shamed? Because it's not easy. That alone is a battle. It's something that you will live with and then you don't know how you will handle it. This kind of thing, they can send somebody to like a depressed state, and I'm not even lying. If you remember what people say to you at times and it rings in your head over and over and over again, you might not get yourself. It might ruin your mental health. I've been there. You know what it feels for somebody to make you feel like you look ugly. No, nobody made me feel like because I'm fine, I'm pretty. But growing up, you've not like started seeing money, you've not started working on yourself, you've not started, there are things that you'll be able to do now for yourself that will help you like, pop out. But when we are just like growing up, you will not be able to like afford certain things. Let's talk about buying skincare, buying nice outfits, wearing nice hairs and all of that. But what do you do when you are like being body shamed? Number one thing is you turn it into jokes. If people body shame you, there are days that you might want to take it personal, but I want to believe that it is not necessary. Because if you feel like, oh, you want to like get mad about it, they will see it as something that is getting to you and they will not stop. Do you know the sweetest reaction to when people are insulting you? It is when you make them feel like what you are saying to me, what you are trying to the kind of abuse you are trying to all on me is not getting to me in any way. That's the best way to react to insults. If somebody is insulting you and you're acting pain, the person will be happy that thing is paining you and then they will not stop. But the best reaction to body shaming is when you turn your body shaming into jokes. I was there. If they tell me, your forehead is big, I'll tell them, this is the cutest thing in my body. You don't know. Don't worry. If they tell you, you don't have hair, have you seen successful people with good hair? Have you? That's what it's a sign. I will be successful. Don't worry. Wait there. You have hair. I'm not saying you not be successful. That kind of thing to shut the person. Because if you say it to me, you will know what you will meet. And looking at me, you know that yes, I have a sharp mouth. If you come for me, I come for you back. And really, I don't even insult people with their body. Even on days that I've been body shamed, I might not even insult you back with whatever thing, because I want to be like everybody have problem with their body. If I look you where I will see something to say about you, but I don't have the time. So if you turn your body shaming into jokes, honestly, you will feel good about it. You will not see it as an insecurity again. You just see it as something of fun, just like I'm seeing it now. Two, shut it immediately and say the opposite, just like I've said. If they tell you that you have you are fat, tell them that this also person too is fat and she's doing fine. This also person too is fat and she's doing. If they tell you that you are slim, tell them that this also person is. Just look for somebody that you can trace your body. Anything that is causing insecurity in you, look for somebody, trace it to that person and see that okay, this person is somebody that is successful and is not disturbed. Just like I told you that my friend told me that Kiki too. Have you seen her on stage? So anytime I think about my tiny leg, like if I think about Kiki like this, Kiki is successful now. Is the leg disturbing Kiki? It's not. If Kiki should dance on the stage like this, you yourself, you don't even see the leg. It's just the dance step you be seeing. Moving on, create some words of affirmation for yourself. If you feel like you are disturbed and you get this body shaming thing, it is getting to you. Affirm yourself. I am bold. I am pretty. I am this. I am that. If you find it difficult to say it, buy paper tags. Write it like in that paper. Put it on your walls. Put it on your mirror. Let it remind you every day. Say it to yourself. Drop them in your notes. Record them in your record them on your phone. Play it out from your speaker. Let them remind you. Let them tell you like what you feel like in your body. So when you get outside, when people tell you or talk you down about your body or whatever thing that is disturbing you, maybe your skin issues or anything at all, you let them feel it that yes, I've affirmed myself. None of your comments will get to me. Never. Have you seen people, if you see the street of TikTok, people that are being trolled in their comment section because of body, because I have seen certain scenarios that they say that this person died just because she was trolled. They actually want to die. Because I mean, it is what you can deal with. It is very, very draining. It gets to people, right? But there are things that you can do to not make all of this thing get to you. That's why I'm so scared of fame. Especially that I still do that, oh, I'm creating content, I'm this. You know, I'm scared of, I've gone viral like, you know, a couple of times. Let's say like 3 times or 4 times. No, it's not about being silly. Like I've created, thank you. I've created content that, you know, that I've made numbers. And, you know, I had like people reaching out to me, DMs, all of that. I still like that NYC vlog that even like went viral of recent. There was this I think there was just one big what do they call them? Just a channel that posted that people were like screenshotting to my DM. Girl, funny enough, I don't even see these things. It's later I will see them. It's just people that will be seeing it. I'm so scared of fame because I do not know how to like handle the kind of comment I'll be getting if I end up like being all those like, you know, public figures. I wish more for myself, but at the same time I just want to like be there and not known. I don't know if you get it. But this time that I created a content, there was a time we had ASU strike, and then my hostel, you know, I told you I stayed alone throughout my schooling, and then I entered my hostel. I saw like a lot of cockroaches. So I created a vlog around it. The vlog went really viral. Instablog posted it, you know, all these big blogs, they posted it. That's why I started like see different comments under the comment section that this blog. Do you know that you guys, I was going there under the comments, I was commenting, I was replying all these hate comments that they're saying, Izu, you are dirty, you did not clean your house before going for strike, you know. They've been saying a lot of things. My sister was the one that told me that, girl, you don't have sense. You don't want to be big. Okay, now if you turn big now and people are insulting you, be replying comments every day, then that's when I know that, oh, I don't think I'm really made for this. But at the same time, I still made up my mind. If I blow tomorrow, if I become a public figure tomorrow, if you come for me, I come for you. I cannot be depressed. You cannot throw me. So it is just like aura for aura. Thank you. It's just aura for aura thing. We all have what we are made of. So if you feel like you are made of insulting people, trolling people on social media, doing a lot, then that's for you. Then there are people like us that if you come for us, we'll be able to come for you too. Back to my comments. The next one, learn to flaunt it. It bothers you less. This one is very, very, very important. You know, if you are being body shamed or, you know, people are picking on certain features about you, Just like I said, things that you might want to do when you're big or shame is hiding. But sometimes you don't even have to hide it. Flaunt it. Let people see it. If people start talking about it, the more people talk about it, it will not be new to you again. When I was always body shaming with my forehead, I would tie scarf. My scarf will reach here. I have pictures. I have evidence. I can prove them to you. You will see me, instead of me to be seeing my skin if I tie scarf, you will see the scarf with my forehead like this. The people will be asking me, do you want this scarf to enter your eyes? I'll be like, yes, leave it. But then I figured that even with covering the scarf, the forehead is that big, very big thing. Even with covering the scarf, it's still noticeable. People still see, they still use it to insult me. Then I'm like, okay, what's the point? For something that I'm covering. If you are still using it to insult me, then I started flaunting it. You know what it feels like to have 2-in-1 defect in your head? Having big forehead and not having hair. As I'm like, there is no hairstyle I cannot make. If I go to salon, they tell me, your hair cannot make it. Is it your hair? I've gotten to the point that I will tell them that, see, if I have money, I will do transplants. Just for me to get over this, oh, you don't have a thing. But I noticed that when I started flaunting my insecurity, because I see that I used to see it as insecurity, I felt good about it. I will do it. I will do any style I want. I will tie scarf. I will shift it to the back. See that I have forehead. It's none of your business. So if you are fat and then you feel like, I'm not saying you should not wear outfits that matches your body or that fits your body, but because you are fat and then you have to be wearing boo every day, just because you don't want people to see that big stomach. You are fat. You are okay to have a big stomach. I'm slim. It's not that I'm slim, but I mean I am not fat, but I still have tummy and I will still eat. You told me you're slim. I will tell it because I eat. If you see me where I'm eating, this morning like this, I was chasing food like, oh, I just want to eat. I just want to eat. Because food is life. And I don't say because I want to keep on tummy, I should not eat. If there's anybody that is telling you, oh, you are fat, you are this, and then you too, you know, give me food. I have tummy. Thank you. It's just something that you have to like deal with yourself. You are fat. Wear what fits your body. Wear what you feel like, okay, it is not going to like be too obvious for people to start picking on you. But you should not get to the point that you have certain outfits in mind, but because you want to please people, you don't want to wear it. Oh, my tummy will show, my this. One of my friends, she has stretch mark on her body. Really, the stretch mark is not her fault. It is actually from weight loss or something. I don't know like how stretch mark thing happens. But it is something that gets to her very much. This is something that we have come to Lekki to fix with thousands of money. Let's say like 400k. And I'm not even joking. Her body here, so she cannot like wear armlets like stuff that will just expose her body. And it is something that the stretch mark is making like up, it's dark. I don't know how to like describe it. Okay, then I figured that she does not like to expose this thing. I made her feel that, but I said, girl, if you continue like this, you just run yourself into, because God knows that you are trying to clear up this thing, and it's not your fault. She didn't bleach. She didn't like, you know, they say that sometimes it comes from cream. I don't know because I don't know how it works. It's not that I have it, that I will study more about it. Then I used to think about it that, okay, now that you choose to not like wear something, because I know, you know that you are not the person that you want to wear all this exposure. You know there are people like that, they don't like to expose their body. You want to do this thing, but because you don't want people to comment or see your stretch mark, then you started like, you know, start wearing things every time. You know what me I did? When it was her birthday, I bought top for her. That open. And I said, this one is my money that I used to buy it too, and you must wear them. And when you wear them, you know that you wear jacket and you use scarf to cover it too. She wore it 2 times. She wore jacket on it. Because of that, she sent me pictures, she sent me videos. I didn't make comment. I didn't say anything about it. She knew why I did that. Then the next time she wore it out. She made videos, she sent them to me. Then I was happy. I told her, did anybody bite you? It's your body. I got her 4. She has won 3. It's not that I'm saying that I remember that she has never even won the first one. And I'll go and ask her. So I need to tell you that it is a means of encouragement sometimes that will make these people feel good about their body. She has spent money. Okay, now what do you want to do? Be that person. Don't be that person to like call people to their insecurity. Cure them from it. Drag them from it. Remove them. Let them know that there is more to body. It's not just, okay, I want to have flat tummy, I want to have hip, I want to have this. Now, everything being said, I want to like say to you, just in case you are watching, you are here, you're feeling bad, or you feel like there is something about you that gets to you, body, skin, or any type of way. I want to say something to you today. I want to tell you, your body is not a trend. It is not an option. It is not something that needs approval. It is yours. Never hate it just because the world told you to. Accept it just the way it is. God made everybody in their best form, and you are wonderfully made. And with these points, I would like to pass on the microphone to the next.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hope we are all good. So before I start, I would like to ask everyone a very simple question. Before then, I would like to introduce myself, which we all know. My name is Akiemi Juboluatife Christiana. So I'll be speaking on culture, which is Nigerian culture. So before I start, I would like to ask a question. How many of us have ever been shouted on for not greeting elders properly? Alright, exactly. If you have experienced that, then congratulations. You already had your first lesson in education, in Nigerian culture. So what is culture? When people ask us what is culture, culture is not just like what we eat. It is not what we wear. It is not the language we speak. Culture is who we are. Culture is who we are. It is our story. It is our values and our identity. Today, I would like to take us on a journey of Nigeria as a nation. Nigeria is rich in resources, culture, and spirits. We have a different language, like we have different tribes, and Nigeria has 250 ethnic groups. We have the Yorubas, we have the Igbos, we have the Yorubas from the west, we have the Igbo from the east, then we have the Hausa and Fulani from the north, and we have other tribes, which is the TIV, if I'm not wrong, and that's Tiv, right? And we have the other Ubon, I can't pronounce that very well. So each and everyone has their own culture. Each and everyone has their own culture. I would like to speak on the Yorubas. Like, Yoruba has one thing they are being known for, which is, who can tell me? Which is respect, yes, greeting. Like in the morning, we greet good morning. We greet Ekaaro, Ekason, and Ekale. That's for the Yorubas. And they have different varieties of foods in Yoruba land. If I'm talking about the Yorubas, we have those Ondo. You know, everybody have their own language.
but there is one thing that keeps us together, which is unity and one language, the Yoruba, we all know how to speak. You understand? So each and everyone has their own language. Each and everyone has their own language, but we communicate more with probably English or Pidgin English, or rather we use the normal Yoruba. So in Yoruba we have the attire called Ashoke, Agbada, we have Iro and Buba. We have, depending on the state you are from, we have Iro and Buba. And for the aspect of food, in Yoruba we have Amala, Ani Iyán, Adeni, Ela, like we have different kind of food. We have what other food? We have Ikokore, something like that, all those Yoruba food. And we have Ofada, then we have Eforiro. Yes, we have Eforiro. So in Igbo, I'm not Igbo. Yeah, we have Egusi, we have Edikai corn, we have Ofe Sala, we have Afan soup, we have Oha, we have different kind of foods. But in Igbo land, we have other states like the Anambra, all those other states. But there's one thing that keeps them communicating together, because in that in Igbo, it's not everybody in that state. You don't understand, like, Abi, do you understand Anambra language? If you are from Imo, can you understand what they speak in Anambra? Okay. So there is one thing I feel keeps them together, which is the Pidgin English. They communicate more on Pidgin English. Like the Igbos, they have their attire, which is the those beads and everything. So let's go to the Hausa and Fulanis. Hausa, they are those ones from the north. We have Plateaus, like we have Bauchi, we have Gombe, and so on and so forth. There is one language keeping them together. There is one language, yes, keeping them together, which is Arewa and their own language. And for them to communicate more or better, they use the Pidgin English. They use the Pidgin English. Our greatest strength, our culture is our greatest strength. In Nigeria, unity does not mean sameness. It means different people moving in one direction. As I've explained our language, all those states has their own different language. Nigerian proverb can teach leadership, patience, respect, and hard working in just one sentence. In just one sentence, Nigerian language can teach leadership, patience, respect, and hard work. One thing Nigerian is known for worldwide is respect. One thing Nigerian is known for is respect, their culture, the way they accommodate people, and their music. In Nigeria, culture is no one's true stand. Like now, we have the industry where in Nigeria now, our Nollywood movie. Because in Nollywood now, they speak more often about our culture. They go deep about our forefathers' culture, about the way they live back in the days. So we have when we talk about fashion and celebration, Nigeria, they do not even used to carry last. In celebration, they don't carry last because we are all ready to party. When it comes to wedding, we are all ready to party, and like we come together as one. In Nigeria, when you are training a child in Nigeria, like Nigerian culture, if you train a child, you won't be the only one to train that child. Everybody in the community, both the aunties, uncle, brothers, even the neighbors in the community would always want to help you train your child. For example, maybe a child from a good home has a friend, probably a bad home, not really bad, but they don't take what they're supposed to take serious, they don't take it serious. So, you know, when someone is following a bad influence, they do say it that àgùntàn tó bá bá járìn ó máa jẹ̀gbẹ́, and I think it's not like that. If you want to eat the shit, the poop, you are going to eat it. It's not when you follow the person, like you have your own determination. Someone can't choose for you. But when we go back to, okay, maybe they are still little as a child, there's no how. As a kid, probably one is eating sand or something, and the other one sees that this one that is eating sand, so the person wants to, okay, let me just do the same thing. Probably their parents are not present at that moment, but people in the community, people that is around, or probably their aunties or uncle that is around, are going to call them into order that they don't do that. Don't do that. It's not good. Don't eat sound. It's not good. They don't do that. They don't do that. So, Nigerian culture is not just something we admire. Nigerian culture give us Nigerian culture is confident. It teaches us confidence. It encourages us, and it is very, 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 very creative. Like when we come to the part of, okay, adire for the Yorubas, Abeokuta, they have one thing, like one, if you want to make adire, all those Kampala and every other, all those clothing, asho, okay, yeah. So they are creative. For them to just sit down and create something beautiful, they are creative. Nigerian cultures, people in Nigeria are very creative, and they are very creative. Nigerian culture is no longer local, it is now global. Like I said earlier on about the movie and music industry, now it's going global. It's not like this movie by Mrs. Funke Akindele, that's behind the scene, and the other one, I can't remember the name. So their movie is global. It's not just only in Nigeria. We are now global. In the form of music too, we are global. Davido, Wizkid can perform outside Nigeria. We are now global. Everybody is now global. Let's take it to the part of football. Football too is like Nigerians are now playing balls. Like we have people playing ball in Nigeria, and we are really proud of them. So guys, Nigeria culture is something we need to protect. We need to protect our culture. We don't have to, okay, like now we have a child and probably we are based outside, and you'll be like, oh, I don't even want to teach my child that language. It's how they teach it. I don't want to teach my child this language. My child is now a US boy. No. I'm going to teach my child this. Why are you doing that? You are from Nigeria. Make sure, if you are from probably the Yoruba or Igbo or Hausa, make sure you train your child with your culture. And there are some people in Nigeria, oh, they will be like, okay, I don't want my child to speak this language. I want my child to start speaking good English. Probably their nannies or maybe aunties or uncle comes for visitation. Then they'll be like, Emma so Yoruba somoye, Emma so Yoruba somoye. And if it's Igbo, don't speak Igbo to that child, I beg. Bikonu. Don't speak Igbo to that child. Let that child speak in English. I just want my child to learn English. I don't want any other language. No. We don't have to train our child that way. That means you are killing the culture. You are killing the tribe, like your own tribe. So it's better for us to train our child in the way we are being trained, because you can't tell me that our parents while we are growing up, they didn't teach us, okay, even at all, they will teach you your language, even if it's go, come, tepi, zomuche, they will teach you. They will definitely teach you your language. So as you are growing up as a mother, as your child is growing up, so as a mother or a father that you are, because there are some people that they come from probably the Yoruba land and they marry to an Igbo. They will be like, what are we now going to do like this? Shey you be teaching my child this language, you teach the child Yoruba, which one do you want to do? I would say it's better for us to probably teach the child both language. It's better for us to teach the child, so that the child will be like, okay, I'm from this state and this state, and I understand the language. Even if it's not all, we should teach our children, most especially respect. Because there are some children nowadays, if you pass beside them, they will just be looking at you. That, what happened? I don't want to greet this auntie. But you have to teach your child respect, culture. You have to let them know that this is how they have been doing it. This is how to communicate. This is how to relate with people. This is how to, when you see an elderly person coming, just kneel down. Good afternoon, good morning. That is how the culture grows. It's not when you be like, okay, my own child is not all those olden days, and we are not in the Gen Z world. I can't do, no, me. If you see her, just greet her, good morning ma. You don't need to kneel down. Just greet her, good morning ma. No. Let's teach our children respect. Let's teach our children the way we are being taught. Let's teach our children culture. Let them be responsible. If a child does not have respect, they will always say, ọmọ yìí ò ní ẹ̀kọ́, ìyá ẹ̀ ló kọ́. Like, this child does not have respect. It's his mother's fault. They will never blame the father. So as a mother, or let's say generally as a parent, you need to teach your child your own culture. Teach them Nigeria culture. Teach them respect. Teach them how to relate with people, how to interact with people, how to interact with the society. When we teach them how to interact with the society, we can't just bring a child to the world and be like, okay, go to law school, like, if this person is in school, they will train him or her how to relate with people, how to be disciplined, how to be responsible, how to have respect. But you as a mother, you have to teach your as a parent, you have to teach your own child yourself that, okay, you have to be disciplined. Oh. This is what, don't wear this thing outside. It's not polite. It's not good. Do like this. Be obedient. Be responsible for yourself. So our culture did not just our culture did not just come like the culture had been since for years. Like the culture has been, we have been having our culture years, like not now. The culture is not now. It's been what our forefathers have been doing before now. What our forefathers have been doing before now. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say Nigerian culture, like I said, is not just something to admire. It is something to protect, to promote, and to pass on, because when you understand where you are coming from, you will never be confused of where you are going. When you understand where you are coming from, you will never be confused of where you are going. In the sense that, okay, you are from this state, maybe you are not being trained about your culture and traditions and everything, then suddenly you have to go to your hometown for visitation, then someone just be like, I don't understand. Are you part of us at all? You don't know how to do this. You don't know how to do that. Everything you don't know how to do. So what exactly do you know how to do? What exactly do you know how to do? She will be like, I don't understand. Maybe it's just the normal way we are living. But no. We live with culture in Nigeria. We don't just live our life. Like the other lady was talking about our tradition. Like if a lady get married to a man and she's not allowed to receive gifts from other people because of one spirit is going to take her life or something, that is their own culture, that is their own belief. We also have it in other states like that. That will be like, okay, you must not, before you get married to this lady, you must take so strokes of cane. Before you get married to this particular person, you must take this, you must do this, you must do that. And we have another culture that if you are about to get married, you must use hanky to cover the cup and take it to your husband. I don't know the tribe, but I've seen that before. You must, like, that's their culture. That is their belief. That is their culture and that is their belief. So guys, thank you all for your listening ears. I'll be passing on the mic to the next speaker.
Good day, everybody. How are we all doing today? Good day, everyone. How are we all doing today?
Thank you, ma.
All right. Thank you, too. It's been like basking in a euphoria of speakers. We've had different types of speakers, and I appreciate the speeches I've heard today. I first came in when somebody was talking about firstborns, and I related to what he said because I'm a first child too. And then the next speaker spoke about Nigeria, my country. I related to that because I see myself as a Nigerian. I like the fact that she did not just focus on one tribe, but she focused on all the tribes in the country. I believe that we might be several tribes, diverse tribes, but we are married. Whether we married ourselves by choice or we were amalgamated, this marriage has been now for over 60 years and it's going to stay. Amen to that?
Amen.
All right. And then the next speaker spoke about greeting. And I really appreciate that because it's not just showing courtesy, it shows friendliness, it makes you a welcoming person. And when you're a welcoming person, you attract people to yourself. And the next speaker spoke on something that I truly admire, body shaming. I'm a big lady. Thank you very much. for defending a big lady in a ride. Another round of applause for that, please. Thank you. And I understand the process of body shaming because, I used to be very slim before. And I understand what it means to have a rough face because suddenly I was 18 and suddenly these things just came to my face. Boom! And then I overcame that and I thought, I have my beach body, I have my smooth face, I have my long hair. I thought I was going to be like that forever, but here we are. And adapting to this new body was really a process for me. And I could really see myself in her speech. Thank you very much. I appreciate all the speakers. Another round of applause for everyone. All right. So today I'll be talking about cultural intelligence. Somebody say cultural intelligence. Now, like you guys know, I teach when I speak, and I love to know that you are listening to me. I spoke about active listening in my last class. I'm going to call somebody that was in my last class to tell me what active listening is. Because in my class, I actively listen to all of you. So in my class, I'm going to ensure that you actively listen to me. All right, so who can tell me what active listening is? Thank you.
This is the process of listening to a speaker that is conversing with you without any further obstruction.
Thank you so much. So I believe my message is going to be passed through without obstructions. Am I right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So let us start off. What is cultural intelligence? Who can tell me what cultural intelligence is? You're thinking about it? My darling, yes, you, she, and two more people, yeah?
Okay, so I feel like cultural intelligence is going to be that having the full knowledge about your culture, knowing what and what not, just basically everything that you're supposed to know about your culture. Just like I'm a Yoruba girl, knowing more about being a Yoruba, dressing, what to say, greeting, food, and all of that.
Having full knowledge about your culture. Who can tell me what cultural intelligence is to them? Yes? Thank you.
Okay, so in my opinion, I think cultural intelligence is having full understanding of your culture and also learning how to tolerate the culture of people in your surroundings. It's not being blind to the fact that, okay, my culture is supreme, so I just need to have all the knowledge of my culture. It's also being sensitive to the culture of people around you.
So cultural intelligence is also being sensitive to the cultures of people around you. Thank you very much. Yes, one more person. What is cultural intelligence? Yeah?
To me, I think cultural intelligence, just like she said, is having full awareness of what you value in your culture. Your culture is the way of life, the totality of way of life of people. So cultural intelligence is you having the full awareness of what your people value and also full awareness of other people, because you cannot be with your people alone. You are going to interact with people from other cultures, so you have to be aware of their culture as well.
Thank you very much. Having full knowledge of what your culture is, also having full knowledge and valuing other people's culture, because you are not meant to be alone. You're going to mingle with other people and you have to also appreciate their culture. Cultural intelligence means the ability to effectively adapt and work with people of different cultures. I'm going to repeat that and I'm going to expect you to repeat it after me. Cultural intelligence means the ability to effectively adapt and work with people of different cultures. It is the ability, let us go, to effectively adapt and work with people of different cultures. Effectively. Okay, not doing it like a fish, like a snake. You effectively navigate. The world is a global village. All right? And I'm sure that a lot of us are going into the career path, and some of us are in the career path. Some of us want to be expatriates. Some of us want to work in different countries. Some of us want to earn in different currencies, not just dollars, not just pounds. Some of us want to earn the Chinese yuan. Some of us want to earn different types of currencies. And so to do that, you must be culturally intelligent. One of the videos that I've seen on my FYP recently that I truly appreciate was a video of Wole Soyinka and Chinua Achebe. And there was another particular guy, I didn't catch his name, I think he's a northern guy. Yeah, they were talking with such mutual respect about their creative works. And if you look at Wole Soyinka's work, it's culturally accurate. Wole Soyinka wrote about Abiku, and his first line was, "Ageless though I puke." It was in response to John Pepper Clark's Abiku standing all over the baobab tree, coming and going all this while. So they came to Abiku differently. Wole Soyinka approached Abiku with respect as a form of deity, and John Pepper Clark approached Abiku with, "Please stay in one place, stop tormenting the mother." And they were discussing Chinua Achebe's Things Fall Apart. So mutual respect, even though they were different from each other, is to be applauded. And this is something we should emulate, because division causes chaos, but unity helps us to grow. All right? Now, in the professional world today, somebody said Nigeria has over 250 languages. I have been asked several times where I come from. Usually, I don't know how to answer that question. So I'll tell you, my dad is a Cameroonian and that my mom is from Osun, but I am the wind. I come from everywhere. Yeah. I'm the wind. You can't really trace me because I'm so diversified. I married an Igbo man. Wow. Okay. So, sometimes you can say I am Pan-African. I appreciate all cultures. I appreciate everybody, and I realize that we are different and we enjoy the things that we saw growing up. If I hear Afro Juju, if I hear the talking drum beat, it does something to my heart, because I travel to the village, I attended festivals, I enjoy the sound of the talking drum. If I hear a Makossa beat, if I hear a Sukus beat, it does something to my waist. Why? Because when I was in Cameroon, I saw women dance it traditionally and I enjoyed them. So it has this nostalgic thing it does in my heart. And if I hear Igbo songs and I hear any Igbo beat, I'm also very happy. Why? Because the first churches I attended in Nigeria were predominantly Igbo. And the first language, apart from my grandpa's language, which is Yoruba, that was spoken to at home, that I heard outside the house, was Igbo. It made me very curious because there were some Igbo words that were similar to my traditional Cameroonian words. You see that? So I love all cultures. And growing up with my grandfather, who is a very diversified Nigerian, I learned to appreciate all cultures. My grandfather would take a ride, he would drive himself through Nigeria. He would drive himself to Edo, to Bendel, to Kwara, to Abuja by road. And he could say so many things. And growing up, I met Nigerians that could speak more than one Nigerian language. I met Nigerians as a kid that spoke proper English. Okay? They spoke proper English. Proper English. And at the same time, spoke 4 different Nigerian languages properly. As a matter of fact, that is how you would identify an educated person. Because an educated person is curious. An educated person asks questions. An education person is interested and invested in other people. One of the things I admired about my grandpa was that if he would meet somebody for the first time, he would look at the shape of your nose, and look at the shape of your lips, and look at the carving of your eyes, and definitely guess what state in Nigeria you come from. Cultural intelligence. Now, it goes beyond cultural awareness and focuses on how individuals navigate by succeeding in socially or culturally diverse environments. One of the saddest stories I ever heard was of a struggling family that went to the UK. They went to the UK with the intention of improving their children's lives. But they did not understand the culture of the people in the UK. And on taking their 3 boys to the UK, 2 of the older boys joined a gang. 1 died in prison, 1 died in a street fight. The 3rd child was becoming a gangster. But when his elder brother died, he didn't want to die that way. He became a musician. I will save his name. He was very popular, but as at 2019, he died of an overdose. Now you see, the UK did not corrupt their child. They were not culturally intelligent about the environment that they were going into. The world is very diverse, and you have various dreams. When you are planning to travel, it is wise to understand the culture of the environment you are going into. It would affect how you train your children. Now, understanding the culture of the environment you are going to is not to say, hey, my child, we are not like these UK people. We know who we are. We are like this. It's not to cause segregation. It is to make your children understand and to also help you understand that people are different. It starts from the home. By you letting your child know, you know what, our neighbors are Muslims. They pray 5 times a day. They have this type of holiday, and we respect their holiday. At the same time, we are Christians. We pray these times a day. We fast this way, and we have our holidays. Your children then learn from you and your relationship with other people that 2 different things can coexist, 2 different things can be true at the same time. Does that make sense? Cultural intelligence. I'm from a different generation. I'm from a more conserved generation in appearance, in speech, and in many other things. There are certain types of sounds and musical sounds that I appreciate, different from the current musical sound. Now, it can be difficult for me to raise my child on a street where people who are not as conserved as me are existing. Women who say body positivity is for them to show quite a lot of skin. Now, whatever took that young lady to that level, I don't know. But there are values I want to instill in my daughter. And at the same time, I do not want her to look at somebody else and feel hatred towards the person. And so I have to tell my daughter, there are different types of dressing. There are different types of people. Some people love to show their skin, and some people don't show their skin. People have different cultures according to their families. And then I tell my daughter, in my family, we don't show skin anyhow. You want to go to the beach, you can show some skin. You want to go to a certain party, you can show some skin. And I tell her the dangers of showing too much skin and how much disrespect would come her way for doing that. But then I tell her, in our family, we are a royal family. and we treat ourselves like royals. And you do not see royals showing off their skin in public for nobody. And so you cover up. And so she believes what I've told her. So now she understands that there is a difference between the culture in our home and the culture in the world. Now, if you want to travel to the UK, you need to understand that they have different culture from the culture in your home. And you have to explain this to your children so that they can appreciate their own culture and appreciate that people are different. For example, two people enter into a room. One person sees the room is disorganized and the person begins to arrange the room and begins to put the room in order. Another person enters the same room that is disorganized, and what does she do? She say, "Oh, you didn't even say hello. I came in, you didn't even say hi." She did not notice that the room was disorganized. So there are two different people with two different perspectives. The first person sees organization and the second person sees connection. They value two different things. One person values organization, the other person values connection. This is what affects culture. Now, why is cultural intelligence important? Cultural intelligence reduces misunderstandings and conflicts. All right? It builds stronger relationships and trust. Several years ago, I was a student at the University of Lagos, and there was this beautiful friendship that happened. There was this girl from Deeper Life, very beautiful girl, and there was this girl that was a Muslim. Now, growing up for me was very different for quite a lot of you. We used to have fights in secondary schools. Our fights would boil down to arguments with Christians are better than Muslims, Pentecostal Christians are better than Catholic Christians, and these arguments were passionate arguments. I remember at the age of 10, I got tired of arguing with someone. She was so passionate. Her eyes became fiery in such a baseless argument. And so it was very beautiful to see a Muslim. I'm not just talking any type of Muslim. I mean the Muslim that is fully covered, not the one that wears other fabric. There's a fabric that Muslim wear. Yes, that particular type of Muslim that wears that fabric, that is destined to marry the one that keeps his beard full and you can almost mat the beard, with the trouser that is a very deep Muslim, the very righteous Muslim. Make friend with the same version of a very righteous Christian. And their friendship was the most beautiful friendship in our class. It was surprising. They did everything together. They went out together, ended up watching a movie in the cinema for the first time, both of them together. And this struck a chord. Both of them became culturally intelligent. They accepted each other's differences. They saw that I'm human, she's human, and they did not hate themselves. Cultural intelligence is very key right now. I'll tell you another story, not a true one, I made this one up. A young American lady, an African American lady, had a job to do in France. And this African American lady is a feminist. And then she met her boss in France, who was a friendly man. The French people greet each other politely with a kiss. Pecking each other on the cheek is a sign of politeness. And every day, when this Frenchman would see her, he would peck her on both cheeks and peck every lady in the office on both cheeks. You are the American lady. What would you do? Yeah? You are the American lady in this situation. What would you do? Who do you think is at fault? Is it the lady or the man? The man? Did you follow the story? You are not actively listening. I'll go again. So, an African American woman, emphasis on African American woman who is a feminist, works in France. And she's working in France and has a French boss. To the French people, to peck someone on the cheek is a sign of politeness, camaraderie. And so every time he comes to the office, he would peck everybody on both cheeks. And he does it to her every time. But she's had enough of it. You are the African American lady. What do you do? I didn't hear you. You spoke before? All right. You will communicate that you don't like it, so it has to end. So who was wrong? Yeah, you want to say something? Yeah?
It should also come from a perspective of cultural tolerance, because I'm sure she's living in France. She has seen the way they greet each other in the society. So she might have an issue with her personal values being violated when he does that, even though he means well and he just greets him in the way he is used to. So even in the way she's talking to him or trying to pick it up with him, she should not go so hard that, oh, because I'm a feminist and it's defend my personal space. She should also communicate to him that I don't like you, that I feel you are violating my personal space when you do it. I will just appreciate the handshake next time.
Thank you very much. What if the person is married to? You wouldn't like it. You want to say something?
I'm just surprised with that. I think when the person is like married, it's a culture, so it should be a kind of tolerance, or you just have to communicate. Telling the man respectfully that you don't really appreciate sometimes, it's not what you buy into, because he petting or giving guys that kind of gesture just like no matter to them in France, so they're not really popular. So you just have to communicate why you need.
Okay. All right. 1 minute. She raised her hand before you, yeah?
I just wanted to also talk from the angle of the boss. While we are talking about cultural tolerance, I think the boss should also be aware of cultural intelligence, because it is not everybody in your office that are from your place. So that is, in the first place, if himself should know that this person is coming from another culture and definitely might react to this thing differently. So I think with that, there would have not even been a situation where he would use the same greeting to her. So something that is now culturally acceptable, a form of greeting that is culturally acceptable and is still formal and is still engaging, that just been used right from the beginning.
Thank you. Yeah?
I'm coming from the other extreme end of what she said now. I believe that we are talking about cultural intelligence. The first, the African American woman should, in this scenario, she's aware of cultural intelligence and the topic, and she's aware of the nuances. I feel like she should make it a teaching point for those people in the office, because she might be the only foreigner there, for example, because she's really an expert. So she should also educate those people that, oh, where I come from, there are different type of cultures. And even now, I'm also telling you, because someday I might not be here, I might be a Muslim lady that doesn't want you to touch her. So you should be aware and culturally intelligent to be aware enough that there are these nuances that are involved, even though we are from different cultures.
Thank you very much. All of you are very right in your own different ways. The truth about it is that I spoke about conflict management the other time, and I spoke about collaboration and compromising. In this particular situation, both of them need to compromise. The Frenchman needs to learn that not everybody is from France, and that France, let me say that, but he needs to learn that not everybody is from France to start with. Yes, Paris is the city of love, but not everybody believes in love. All right? So he needs to know that, and he needs to learn to appreciate different people. So yes, as the boss, to make his team dynamic work, it is his responsibility to know this African American woman is a feminist and she may not like to be pegged. What led to this particular example, again, was a Muslim girl in my class, way back in the days. And she had a particular rule as a lady that she wouldn't shake guys. Wow. That was brutal to 17, 18, 19-year-old university kids. Because, first of all, that law seemed too hard for her. She herself had hormones and feelings, and it seemed too hard for the other girls who were like, who the hell does she think, who does she think she is? And it seemed too difficult for the boys too. What made her feel so special? And it led her to some level of loneliness because everybody seemed to be against her because she was so different. But she kept to her standards. By the time we got to year 3, somebody wrote a poem in class about her and passed the poem right round the class. I've never forgotten this moment. The poem said, if everybody dressed like her, we would look like Casper the friendly ghost. And who told her that she can hide her figure in her attire, because her full attire only makes the mind more curious. If only she knew that young men were betting for who will be the first to shake her hand. Very beautiful poem. Took her to tears though. She went like, no, I've made a young man sin. We said, no, I think you're very lucky. You cover yourself up and somebody can't get you out of his head. And some ladies open up their body and the guy looks like he can't see them. So I think you've done a very special thing. Initially, we did not accept her behavior, but as time went on, we accepted her and appreciated her discipline. I applied her discipline to myself as a Christian, and I held on to my own values, especially after I saw that poem. All right. Now, cultural intelligence helps diversity in teams, in the sense that people have different ways of relating. Some people are more respectful than others. In their own culture, authority should be honored. And therefore, when the person in authority is talking, you cannot talk, you cannot argue. Some other people were raised freely. In some houses, some people talk with their old fathers or their grandparents. Some people speak to their grandparents, call their grandparents by name. You see, two different people in a team. And so when you are having a business meeting as a leader, the one who was raised to honor authority, the one who was raised to fear authority, will not share an opinion even though they have an opinion to share. And the one who was raised to fear nobody will freely share their opinion, obviously disagree with you, and tell you, I do not agree with that. I think you are wrong. So the one who fears authority and keeps quiet will be seen as respectful, and the one who knows how to share their hearts will be seen as rude. As a leader, that would affect the way you relate with people. Now, if you're a culturally intelligent leader, it is your duty to see the one who fears authority and understand them by encouraging them to speak. You can say, Diola, you have been quiet throughout the meeting today. Do you have anything to say? Obviously, they fear authority and they would share their mind with fear. You have the power to say, speak freely, do not be afraid. And then the one who shares their heart freely, you should understand that they are not rude. It is the way they have been raised. It is not hatred. It is not a challenge, and they are not diminishing your authority. They just know that peace is not the absence of war. Now, it drives innovation through diverse perspective. Some of us are wearing different fabrics and different clothes. All right? And it shows great innovation. You could be working in a fashion house, and then you have a Chinese person working, and you have Yoruba that some clothes show diversity in culture. For example, what I'm wearing. This fabric is an English fabric. It's velvet. Okay? And the wrapper is a traditional fabric. Does it go? It goes. Some of the clothes that you are wearing today show cultural diversity. For example, your jeans fabric comes from India. It was originally invented by the Indians. Most of what you call boho fashion, the scarves, have their origin in India. And I can tell you that I've heard an Indian woman complain that they feel offended that these different diverse attires that have been taken from their place and spread wide in the world belong to other cultures and not them. In Nigeria, we have different types of fabric, way beyond Ankara and Senator. We have traditional fabric that are indigenous to us. Yes, Ankara is produced here now, but initially Ankara came from Turkey. Are you aware? Okay, go and do your research. I'm sending you down the rabbit hole. Cultural intelligence improves leadership effectiveness in diverse environments. When you have a leader who is culturally aware, the leader allows everybody else to express themselves, and this makes the team effective. No matter how strategic you are, culture eats strategy for breakfast. So if the culture is not friendly, if the culture is toxic, if the culture does not build, your strategy will fail. And culture is transgenerational in the sense that if you get into an office and that office is a toxic office, even if you are a friendly person, you would not know when you will be toxic. The popular story of Mowgli, the boy who grew up in the midst of monkeys. A human child growing up with monkeys learned to walk like a monkey, learned to move from tree to tree like a monkey. His culture became monkey culture. And in his 30s, some people came and wanted to put him back in civilization. He said, well, this is not me. I'm not this civilized. I can't eat with a fork and a knife. I have to go back to the bush where I belong. So if you find yourself trapped in a toxic environment and you toxic character in the office, you will take it home to your family. You will take it on to the new staff that are coming. This takes me to my next point, office culture and work ethics. How many of us have started working in the office already? You're working in an office already?